regular meeting of the Richmond Board of Education will come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sharon, if you could read our mission statement, please.
At Richmond Community Schools, we provide a quality education that empowers students to be successful in a global community.
Thank you. Can you do our roll call, please?
Candace? Here. Sandy?
Here.
Deb?
Here.
Angela?
Here.
Danielle?
Here.
Margaret?
Here.
And I am here. We have a quorum.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda. So moved. Do I have support? Support. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I'm looking for a motion for the approval of our consent agenda. So moved. Do I have a second? Support. Thank you. Any discussion? Mr. Walmsley?
Sure, in your backup, we have some Schedule B position resignations. Mr. Gavla resigned from Schedule B basketball coach. Ms. LeGroy, elementary social studies advisor. Caitlin Manigan, social studies and science and Olympic advisor at the elementary school. And Mrs. Spracky, 4-year-old preschool teacher. New hires, we have Jessica Dunn, bus driver. I don't believe she is here. Sarah Ogden, she is our new community empowers the liaison. Brian Panic, assistant cook, and Karen Peters for lunch and supervisor, and I don't think they're here. Appointments, these are already previously hired by the board. Kyle Bartel for National Honor Society co-advisor of the high school. Brett Berg, DECA advisor. Elena Constance, March's Reading Month advisor. Shelley Dalio of the FTC coach. Rebecca Hercula, National Honor Society co-advisor at the high school. And Kaylee Yost, the elementary and middle school choir and music directors. There were no errors brought to my attention regarding the 26th board meeting minutes, and there were no questions regarding the claims and accounts.
Anyone have any further questions for Mr. Lumley?
Yeah, the National Honor Society. So this is high school, both high school?
Correct.
So it used to be one person, now they're splitting it? Thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, at this time, we will be doing our presentations, starting off with our leave of absence request.
Mrs. Krinzig here, over there, if you want to come on up. Per the REA contract, any leave of absence not defined, or the board may grant leaves for other reasons that aren't stated in the contract. This falls under that request, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Krinzig.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm a middle school social worker, Ms. Wazinski. I'm here tonight as I was informed that I need to present a request for a leave of absence to you as the board. I have been given the opportunity to travel outside of the country for a brief period of time. I would like to request permission to either use my time off or be unpaid for the dates of November 14th through the 22nd. This would be 7 school days. I understand that this is something that may not be traditionally occurring. However, I am asking for you to please consider this rare opportunity that I have been given and grant me the 7 days of leave. I appreciate your time and your consideration with my request. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for her?
I don't know if it's for you, which is, but as you say, your time off or unpaid, so are you asking for unpaid leave or?
Whichever is fitting for the opportunity that I have, I'm fine.
Okay, because
And
I thought.
in her request, she said she would take either one, unpaid or using accrued time that she has. Typically when we've had people out on leave, regardless of their bargaining unit, they use their accrued time first, and when that's exhausted, then it goes unpaid. So there is an option as a board to consider either one. My recommendation would be, number one, I'm recommending to approve the leave, but also to follow our practices in the district of using accrued time first, and then if she exhausts all, and then go to unpaid.
And when did we start the practice of using unpaid or accrued time? When did that start?
That's been my practice in time.
Since you've been here?
I have a question, but I'm not sure that it's for you. Do we have somebody that's going to be taking her place for those days while she's gone, or?
We would either use existing social workers to cover if there's a need in other buildings. We do not have a substitute.
Okay.
I would obviously make sure that my documentation and things that are necessary for while I'm gone is completed so that that does not fall on anybody else.
If it's unpaid, doesn't something have to do with you don't get your health insurance either? Isn't there some kind of thing in the contract?
Something that I don't recall there being on. There's because it's a short period. If someone took a leave of absence for a year, but we've never implemented, if it's a short term, not paying health insurance. Because in the teacher's contract, regardless of whether the teacher worked 1 day or 20 days, that we pay a monthly premium. So it's already been paid on that.
Any other questions?
Accrued time, is that sick time, personal time? I'm not sure exactly. I know they get sick time, I'm not sure what other kind of time.
Typically, we would start with personal time and then go to sick time. So if 3 personal a year they get. So we start with the personal days and then go to sick time.
So, I'm sorry, is this common practice just because of the amount of days, or that it comes to the board, or because she was requesting unpaid, but then said she would use accrued time?
This is we've never had a length of time. So this is in their contract, it references the board where this leave falls would have to approve this type of leave. It doesn't delegate the days.
Because of the amount of days?
It doesn't fall in their contract. The REA, it defines leaves as like military, personal, sick. If something doesn't fall within one of those that are already defined, then the way it's written is it comes to the board. The board may grant leaves for reasons other than previously stated. Granting the leave shall be based upon a written application. It's a 1-2 sentence statement in their contract.
So then she gets 3 days. That's why she's coming to the board, because she's wanting 7. Right? Is that
Kind of,
what you're
yeah.
asking?
Well, you could take personal days, but it's not supposed to be for vacation and other businesses and so forth. So that's why it's coming to the board, so it's number one, the length of it. We have, the contract does allow me to accrue leaves that may extend something a day or two here, but it's not, we've never had this situation where this long in the REA contract.
Since you've been here.
Right, we've had it in other contracts.
Any other questions?
So, yes. So how many days do you have?
Right
You
now,
have-
I have all of my personal days.
Which
and
is
all-
3?
Yes, and
Okay.
all of my sick days, which is 28.
Which is 28.
So she won't be dipping into the unpaid portion.
No.
So in the contract, you can take 3 personal and then 4 sick?
It doesn't define that in the contract. So if you wanted to say, use the sick days and leave the personal days, that's the way you want to approve it, you absolutely could.
Okay.
Anybody else? Thank you for coming up, we appreciate
Thank
it.
you for your time.
Thank you, Julie, and I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item on our presentation is an overnight trip request for baseball program, and I know Mr. Evans is out there, I saw him.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody?
Well,
Just here to, several years ago, we For the new board members, we go down to Florida. Each family is responsible for getting their own child to Florida. They're staying with them. Our baseball organization rents a field, and we have practices. The only caveat that's different is now the MHSA is allowing you to scrimmage other Michigan teams that are down there. So our plan is to practice and to scrimmage other teams using umpires in the facility. Our area, luckily, was not hit by the hurricane, so it is undamaged still. Our field's still available. So I'm just looking for the board approval. It's no cost to the school. There's no insurance for the school. The field requires an insurance waiver that RBI is picking up. It's $100 just to cover the field, kids at the facilities. We're actually playing at the New York Yankees spring training facility back in the 50s. So that's the same place we went to before. We're in the St. Petersburg area. Again, parents are responsible to parents get their kids down there and they stay with them. It is by no way mandatory for the kids to have to attend. If they can come down, that's great. If they don't want to, that has no effect. There will be coaches that are staying back here that they compete. We're in a unique situation in the BWAC because of where our spring break falls. The St. Clair County has their break the week before. So when they come back, they have a week to prepare for their first league game. Our first league game starts the day we get back from our break. So it's pretty important, in my opinion, for us to go play. Some kids do, some kids don't. It's totally up to them. We take as many kids in the program that make the team that want to go. We had a meeting with the parents. We have enough kids to go. We might even have 2 teams going. So I'm just asking approval from the board to grant the same trip we did 2 years ago in the St. Pete's area.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Evans? Yes. The parents are responsible, all that, but when they're at the site with you, scrimmaging or playing, who's responsible for them then?
That would be me.
Okay, so then,
That's why we have to have insurance.
so the district is responsible.
We get our insurance. I'm not sure, that's never a question you guys asked us before.
Who's we?
That was never asked before. We get insurance just because they ask us to have insurance for to rent the field. So I don't know.
The place that you rent the field from
Yeah.
tells you have to have insurance.
Right, for the
And
kids.
your baseball club pays for that.
RBI pays for that, correct.
Okay.
I'm guessing you're asking if a kid gets injured at practice.
Yes.
Then I would assume that it'd be just like any other practice that we have here. But maybe not, I don't know, that's the question.
The student's insurance is what's covered first. If there's neglect or willful neglect on the coaching staff, and the parent chooses to sue the district, then as if the board approves this trip like they've done others, then we would be covered and defended there. But if the student just gets injured, it's their insurance first. No.
Yep.
We have done in the past with others, where we've gotten the insurance policy that you're speaking to of the facility. We've had other groups that have gone away for a summer camp that required that, and we have done that through our insurance website, so we can do that.
Did we do that when you went the last time?
Not, but we did it when,
We did do it for somebody, you're right.
I believe it was Olivet, I think it was, the wrestling camp was Olivet, or a group went to Olivet, and I just remember, was it Olivet camp? Yes. So we can just extend it, again, if a student gets hurt, it's their own personal insurance that is covered first. If it's neglect or found that our staff didn't do what they should have done, then there's a liability for the district. Okay.
And then the forms for the parents to fill out, are they our school district forms for the emergency cards or whatever?
ICHAP forms, I'm assuming the ones that we have here.
Okay.
I thought that's what they were asking. Something new on the document, I didn't know for sure, but I assume, as a head coach, I get a copy of those forms every season, so I'm assuming that's what they were, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm assuming too much.
I don't know, that's what I'm
Could be a
asking.
field trip, could be a field trip form with other groups.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anybody else have any other questions?
How many school days are they missing for this?
0 over our break. Our last game is Wednesday. We're using Thursday, Friday, or Saturday as a travel day. And if they want to get there, then again, it's not whenever they get there that we're practicing Monday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, then we're all coming back.
How many kids do you think you're taking after your meeting?
Well, it's changing. It's 16 to 25. The hurricane has changed other kids' views that they may be coming now, because they have to change, the senior trip was kind of changed. So some of the seniors are now thinking about they want to come to spend a couple days at baseball.
Oh, okay.
So that's why it's changing. So, and I'll have all that information to Preston before we go. Address on the field, who's going, and all T's will be crossed and I's will be dotted.
Okay.
And just a reminder to the board, next year, the 23-24, our spring break moves to match St. Clair County. So, this is the last year of it being the first week of April.
That will help out immensely. That'll make a lot of people happy.
But the countywide decision, not just Richmond.
Right, that's.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Evans? Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is a presentation on instructional spotlight. He's going to start.
Do you want me to pull it up here?
Let me see if we can. Wait, there's not here, but maybe not. Is he in here? Yes, please.
Go to the projector.
So, thank you, everybody, and I'm really excited to be here tonight to discuss the 21-22 data presentation, and we are going to be talking about pretty much giving you an overview of capturing where we currently are in our last year's high stakes scores, celebrating our successes, and of course looking for opportunities for improvement. To begin, this is our 6-year data trend for our M-STEP in ELA. This captures 3rd through 7th grade. I'd like to point out that we had 2 grade levels that showed increases from 2019 to 2021, with significant gains in, of course, grade 3. I think it's important for us to look, when you look at the data trend, obviously you get to see the direct impact of the pandemic and learning loss that students did experience, and I think it's important to still recognize how we fall according to state and county averages. You can see here we are in blue, and we are above state and county averages in 4 of the 5 categories in ELA for the M-STEP, so congratulations. Here is our M-STEP for math. Once again, it's grades 3 through 7th, showing significant gains in grade 3, showing growth also in grade 7. And once again, showing how we compare to state and county averages. We are still above state and county averages in 3 of the 5 grade levels. Here is our M-STEP Social Studies, which shows 5th, 8th, and 11th grade. This is definitely us recognizing an opportunity for improvement in this area. This is science. Once again, it captures 5th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade, with increases in all 3 grade levels. And of course, how we compare with state and county averages. Once again, we are above state and county averages in all 3 of the benchmark grades for science. This is our PSAT grade 8-9. You can see that we had increases from last year to this year, with slight increases over time for the last 3 years, or 3 data points, I should say, because we didn't have testing in
2020. Our SAT for math and SAT and ERW. Obviously, we have an opportunity for improvement in this area. I would like to introduce Dawn Makar, our Director of Student Support Services, to give us a deeper dive into our subpopulation scores for this. Thank you.
I will provide a district-level view of our special education, at-risk, and English learner students. You'll see on my data that I was protecting their privacy. I combined subgroup data across multiple grade levels. That's why it's not broken down by specific grades. I'm especially proud of our Title I 31A team this year for launching targeted intervention that is research-based. It's a brand new program that we started this year. One of our talented special education teachers wrote Richmond's very first assistive technology plan. We also have an assistive technology team for the first time this year. Assistive technology can be things as simple as a pencil grip to as complex as something like an immersive reader to help a child read out loud or hear things out loud. We also have Language Line, which you heard about in our English learner presentation a couple weeks ago. Our English learner state consultant was especially impressed in June when we showed her that we had this tool in place for quite a while now. So we're ahead. Most of our academic areas for our subgroups actually perform better than the state averages. To address our dips, though, our special education department is meeting monthly, looking at math data and working on our curriculum. We're re-examining our essential standards and trying to have curriculum that's more purposeful for our students. We also have a newly formed English learner team, which is comprised of 3 teachers, myself and Renee. That English learner team will be working we'll be meeting throughout the year looking at our SIAP strategies, which I think we explained to you before. They're research-based strategies to use in the classroom. We're going to be looking at data together and ways to help our English learners perform better. Another thing that we're working on too that we just put in place is a universal screener for our K-5 population for Title I staff, and it will be used to monitor interventions over time throughout the year. Do you have any questions at all? All right, next we're going to take a deeper dive into the data with our high school principal, Andrea Zaba.
Next slide, please. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. I'm excited to talk about not only the data of the high school, but also where we are planning on going next. So a couple of the things you're going to see, I have my slides broken down into 4 different groups, our 4 core areas. And there's going to be one common theme throughout all of them is that I'm excited to announce that this upcoming Wednesday we are offering the PSAT NMSQT test to all of our 11th grade students for the first time. Last year we only had 22 of our 11th grade students take this test because we required them to pay for it. But in discussion with Renee, we're really excited because this data not only is going to allow us to gather information about where our students are, but it's also going to get our teachers data about our students before the end of the year. And so they will now have time to prepare and help support our 11th grade students before they take the SAT in the spring. And so that's one of the great things that I'm happy to speak about tonight, and hopefully something that I think will improve our data. So starting with the SAT English Language Arts, you can see that over 50% of our students did meet the benchmark last year. So these are our current 12th grade students, but last year's 11th grade students. Like I mentioned, all of our teachers are going to have access to that PSAT data. And then also we are going to start curriculum discussions. I've met with each teacher already this school year, and one of the things that they're really looking for is that collaboration time. And so our teachers are going to have the opportunity to start that collaboration time this year by identifying their department power standards and also essential curriculum that is being covered. One of the things that is most important is that collaboration and that communication. And with doing that, they really need time to talk about those standards with one another. Because a lot of times they think, oh, I believe that in 10th grade they're covering the standard, but when you actually look and deep dive into it, they might not be covering that. So one of the things we really want to do is make sure that everyone knows who is teaching what to make sure all of those standards are covered. When looking at our NWEA growth from our English department in regards to language use and reading, one of the things that was most exciting for me to see is that in the language use, all 4 of our grade levels showed growth greater than what was projected. And so looking at these figures, the gold diamonds are, according to the NWEA program, the amount of growth our students should have shown in one school year. What we're able to see with the language use is that all of our grade levels showed growth that far exceeded where they were supposed to grow. And so that's really showing that our teachers are providing that language instruction in our classrooms to all of our students. Looking at the reading, we see that one of our grades, which is the 10th grade, or actually 2, and 12th grade, 2 of our grades, again, exceeded that growth of where the students should be. But we do have in 9th and 11th grade, that projected growth was, that observed growth was less than the projected growth. What I think that should tell us, or what I think is a great conversation, is going back to that curriculum work and looking at, okay, our 10th grade really is focusing on that language use, because we can see that projection was far exceeded, but then looking at the 10th grade, not as much focus was focused on that reading. And so I think having all of that data and having that opportunity for collaboration will help us bring that over into the SAT. Looking at our math, as of right now, we had 5% of the students last year meet the math benchmark. With that being said, we've already implemented some next steps. The first is Chalk Talk. Chalk Talk is an SAT prep course that is being built into the schedule. So one of our new teachers, Mr. Nash, is teaching that course for our students. We also are going to offer 2 6-week after-school sessions. This program, I sat in the introductory professional development, and it really did a great job because it not only moves with the student in terms of their ability level, but it allows them to practice in concepts that they need support with. So the hope is that when we get that PSAT data specifically for our 11th grade, we really will be able to target the students to participate in that 6-week after-school group in hopes of being able to provide some more individual instruction. We also have an MISD consultant coming in to work with our math teachers. I've worked with her before. She does a great job implementing or helping the teachers implement something that's called Number Talks. Basically, Number Talks is the opportunity for students to start talking about math. And so what you can do is you can put a picture, you can put a number on the overhead and say the number 50. Think of how many ways you can come up with a solution of 50. And it allows the students to talk with one another and really start using those math skills that they've learned, but to do so through the communication. And so that's something that we're going to be implementing. And then, as I mentioned, the PSAT question analysis. Here you can see our NWEA scores. So once again, all 4 of our grade levels had growth that was observed greater than the projected growth. And so again, giving teachers the opportunity and the time to look at how the students were able to outperform on NWEA and then take that information and apply it to SAT. To me, this shows that the students have the skills and the ability to do that. And so now working with them on developing those, sometimes just simple test-taking skills will be our next step. And I will note that oftentimes we see that 11th and 12th graders don't necessarily take NWEA very seriously, but I will say they had the highest amount of growth in the building last year, which I think is important to note. Looking at our social studies data, we are at 27%, or about 1/4 or 1/4 of our students are at or above proficient. One of the most important things I think to note is that over 55% of our students are at the partially proficient level. And what that says is that there are just 1 or 2 questions away from making it to that proficient level. And so again, the teachers actually approached me, I would say within the first week of school, and said, can we get together and can we work on our summative assessments? They really want to make sure that what they're testing the students on is what the power standards and the essential standards are showing. And so I obviously am going to provide them with that time. I think having those discussions are extremely important. And hopefully if all of the social studies teachers can get on the same page with those courses, we can see that large number of students that are partially proficient can bump into that proficient level. And last but not least, our science group. I'm happy to say there was a 24% increase in science, which is throughout the county not something that you often see. Science is traditionally one of the most difficult subjects for students to be successful on in the M-STEP. And so the fact that our science department was able to come up with those results is something to be commended for. Again, the department has asked to work together and collaborate. We have a new Inspire Science resource that really takes them through establishing a driving question, an inquiry-based project, scaffolding the content with small formative checkpoints along the way. And I think with that, in conjunction with starting to do some warm-ups with past state assessment questions, is going to really help that group as well. So thank you for the opportunity to share about the high school. And up next is...
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll do each.
Going back to the slide, I think it was the reading, the 9th and 11th grade, and the scores that weren't that good. What are we doing in 9th grade when they're testing that they're coming from 8th grade? So am I to assume that we're working middle school into high school with these 9th grade kids?
Yes, so those are this year's current 10th, those will be this year's current 10th graders.
Correct. They were 9th grade last year when they took the test.
Yes, that growth shows growth from the fall to the spring.
Okay.
So that is showing the growth that would happen within this building. We've had conversations, Anthony and myself, about the importance of, and even the teachers have asked for, can we have that time to collaborate with those 8th grade teachers so when the students are coming up, especially for the past couple of years, it's been difficult with, knowing what did and did not get covered because of the pandemic. But I definitely look at having a seamless transition moving forward with those 8th through 9th graders. But then also looking specifically, we just got our fall data for NWEA, the session that just ended this past Friday, and now working with the teachers on, okay, what is that data showing, and seeing if our current 10th grade data is showing the same as last year's 9th grade data, and what we need to be more clearly focused on moving forward this school year.
Okay, and then when you were talking about the teacher collaboration time, how does that work? Is that days for professional development? Is it staff meetings? Where are they getting this time? How are we doing that?
So because there currently is no built-in, we have the full days of professional development, but nothing that is on a continuous basis like an early release. What we've worked out is some half days. So I know we already have some established math and science half days. The English and Social Studies department have also asked for that. So there's a couple throughout the year where they'll be able to sit down, and sometimes they need a couple of hours just in a room together to have those conversations. And so as of now, that's how it's built. Long term, I would like to say that something gets built in more on a more regular basis. But as of right now, we're kind of working within the parameters that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the social studies numbers, like throughout, it looks like from 5th grade up are low across the board. So I'm curious, and maybe you said it and I missed it because it was kind of a lot of information, I apologize, but what if anything are we doing to combat that, I guess?
So specifically at the high school, one of the things that we had planned and what the teachers had asked for again is that time. I think when you're looking at data, a lot of times people just also don't even know how to read data, or when they get the data, they're thankful for it, but then they don't know what to do with it. And so I think that now we have this data and we're able to break it down by specific category. You can break it down by content standard, any of those things. Once you have that, then talking about, is it something that we're lacking? Is it something that we've just, that we've missed? As the tests continue to be given. The test kind of sometimes steers what standards they're assessing. And so I think that having that constant reflection on what is the data showing us would be important. And so my plan is during those half days is not only to look at that data, but to also plan forward and make sure that you know, as a teacher, as an educator, we all had our favorite subject, we all had our favorite unit. And so to make sure that we're teaching all of the standards and not necessarily maybe just the units or the topics that are our favorite. And so I think that starting and kind of doing that data analysis and that gathering of information is the first step, and that will help kind of steer the ship and figure out where we're going to go next with it. But to do kind of a ground level data dig would be our first step.
Anybody else have any questions?
Thank you.
Next, Meyer?
Yep.
Middle school.
So I'm going to feel like a little bit of a broken record up here because much of what Ms. Zabel has shared is the same things that we're doing at the middle school as we're working through. I do want to celebrate that we were in the top 5 in 4th grade as we look at our Msat Fte scores. So there are celebrations that we can look at here, but we're not satisfied as a teaching staff at the middle school. We know that we can do better. A lot of what we're going to be doing will be, again, breaking down that data that is provided in the test during departmental meetings. We will be setting up those same half-day structures. Our November 8th PD will be driven towards data dives within not only last year's NWEA and MSTEP, but also our fall NWEA data that we've already completed so that we know where our students are and how we can move them forward. We've been working hard as a building, working and developing that standards-based grading model and talking about breaking down those standards and what those standards mean. So now that we have the data in front of us as we're going through these different tests, and we have a couple of years under our belt, it's going to be making sure that our rubrics in those data is aligning to what we're seeing in the test, so that what we're expecting students to do is where they're going to end up with the actual test, so that we can start seeing that translate in our test scores. As for ELA specifically, all teachers have writing goals that we have included in their evaluation this year. So we did already do a breakdown of our analysis. We saw that writing was one of the areas that we can improve. So we're expecting our teachers to include open-ended responses on their summative exams so that students get that practice right in what they're actually doing. We have had sustained science, SSR for a very long time at the middle school. We're increasing some of that accountability this year. The ELA department has taken on and is actually doing interviews with students as to the books they're reading, so they're holding them accountable to the reading that they're actually doing. Same with math. Math has been an area, obviously, that we've seen with need growth. We were number 2 in the county in 7th grade. We want to be number 1 in the county everywhere, and we want to look beyond the county and be a leading example of that. We are working with Ms. Staples at the moment to break down our standards and create what we're calling critical standards, so that we can match those critical standards, the standards that are most important, that we are guaranteeing every student has by the end. Not that we won't cover all standards, but these are the ones we're going to spend the most time on. And those also align to the areas that we're seeing we're lacking a little bit in our MSAT testing. Science, we were number 2 in 8th grade. That was actually a mistake, I'm sorry. When I sorted this data, I hit the wrong column and all my numbers moved and I got a little excited. So in science we're actually 5th. And unfortunately I let Ms. Staples know too late, so she was unable to send me the updated one. We were actually 5th in the county. There are areas that we're looking for improvement. We have the new science curriculum. We're really looking at driving those essential questions. And science made a shift in the next generation science standards. This year we're going to be making sure that all of our teachers are trained in the NGSX teaching protocol, which is that inquiry-based science, which is what we should be doing in science class. Social studies, so I had number 1, Richmond was at the top of my list, but we were actually number 6 in social studies. Again, one of the things that we are proud of is we're top 10 in all of our scores. We're never below 10 in the county. That's not where we want to be. Obviously, we're looking for that number 1, so we're going to keep that there because hopefully next year we can come back and that will be number 1 for you. We have new social studies curriculum. We are breaking down that with the M-STEP with our team. We will have half days, just as we've already discussed, for them to be able to view the information that's provided. It's not great information, but it does give you some areas that you can concentrate on that we can relate into those standards as we're going through. And then doing that, we will make sure that our rubrics are aligning so that we can see that increase in the So, and then math, again, I had Richmond up top. But the number 6 in the LA is correct. In math, we were in the top 10 in math. This is that same departmental work that we are working on. The PSAT is that culmination test that we're leading toward for college and career readiness. So we want to see a better score in our math area. We want to see a better score in our ELA area. That is the area that we're concentrating on, and that will all start by working with those standards as we break down that information. NWA. So as it was already described, this is an area that November 8th, when we are working with our teachers at our next grade, our next PD day, this is an area we're going to be hitting pretty hard. Those diamonds, as I said, that's where we're expecting that grade level growth to be. All of our students are making growth, but we're not making the amount of growth in 1 year that we're expecting to make. So that is where we're going to concentrate. Where is our disconnect with the growth that we're making? How can we increase that growth to make sure that our students are doing the best they can on this exam? So we're going to start with last year's data and then translate into the students that they have in front of them with our fall NWA growth that we have right now. So you'll see as a common theme, again, all students are making growth, and as you can see through the diamonds, you're not expected to make as much growth as you get older and older. That NWA rate level gets smaller and smaller and harder to make that growth. So we're really going to concentrate at those lower levels to make sure we're getting that growth pushed up, but we want that growth minimally to be in that diamond area across the board. Same with our last set, which should be language usage. So we are proud here that our 8th grade in our language usage area did exceed that growth that they're supposed to in 1 year. We want to see that all the way across before we win. Question?
Yes, I have a question. Do you know what currently the level is for staying number 1 in Macomb for math? Do you know what you're saying? What is it your goal? You're saying our goal is to be number 1 in Macomb County. What does that mean? What level of proficiency would we be at with our students then?
So that varies by grade level. I do have it all broken down. I don't have that in front of me.
Well, here it says about 37%. 37%? Is that where we're at?
We are 37%
of our students are grade level or proficient in math?
In
grade 8?
In grade 8.
Is that correct? So that means that the county would be higher than 37, or it's 37% as well proficient in 8th grade. Is that how, am I understanding that correctly?
I would have to look back at the county data. I don't have that right in front of me. The county data, I believe we were above the county average, but we were not number 1.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to get at, or the question is wouldn't it be better for us to go for our own personal goal of maybe 70% of our student proficient at grade level rather than
absolutely
that's county number 1?
Absolutely,
that's way too low.
And that's why I shared. Our goal is to look beyond the county. We want to be number 1 in the state. We want to get there. we want to be the shining star across the state for math. I 100% agree with you that the county goal is not our high bar.
But when you're delivering to us here, it makes it sound like we're number 5 in the county, that would be a good thing, where instead you should be saying only 37% of our students are proficient at grade level, which is the information we as parents and community members need to know.
That is correct, yes.
Anyone else have any other questions?
The math doesn't surprise me at all. I'm just being with my daughter in middle school as well. But has there been any studies on certain grades that were kind of more affected by COVID? The 2 years of the Common Core at those particular grade levels that now are...
So I'm not aware of any...
Math, the studies are showing that math showed way more of a decrease because of the pandemic than any other subject. They're projecting around 2 or more years of academic loss because of the hands-on, and I think that also contributes to our science scores as well.
Right, and I'm not aware of a specific grade level that's targeting. I believe that's all grade levels. I will share with you that what we're looking at is year-over-year data too. If you were to look at cohort data, all of our students are showing, all of our cohorts are showing growth. So from the time they took it as a 3rd grade to a 4th grade, they show growth. From the time they take it from the 5th to 6th, they're showing growth. The state does not show the cohort data, they show individual class data. So we are making movements with our students. They are all growing over time. We want to get them even higher, and that cohort data paints a very different picture than the individual student.
Are you asking for any more parapros for those classes to help?
So we're looking at our Title I program, as Ms. Maker said, and we've really rolled out a whole bunch of new supports and that universal screener, the students that we're targeting, in how we're actually going to be teaching those. So we do have new supports in place that we're starting this year to start targeting that. We'd like to see how that goes. We'll always take more help in the classroom, but we're looking at what we have available to us right now and how we can make those programs better.
In the past, I think that we have, if I recall correctly, we used to offer some kind of program where the parents can come in to kind of get an idea of like how to help with their students at home with math. Is that anything that we do now like that, or in the works of doing?
So that is something that we can look at with our teachers. It has not happened the last few years with COVID and visitors in the building, but that would be something that I'm happy to roll out with the staff and working with teachers and how we do that.
Angela, are you looking, do you want some kind of follow-up?
I do, I actually do, and I'd also like to have some follow-up to be done pre-COVID. What were our numbers pre-COVID in the middle school and maybe K through 12? Because I often feel COVID is an excuse. These numbers have been this before COVID. I feel that often we want to hide behind growth numbers where growth is great. We need to be proficient. So I would just like to know, I think what Ms. Board Member Fortuna offered as far as helping parents, I think that's one great suggestion. Just some ideas, and really I want to know an overall level of the whole entire middle school, where I feel like the high school gave us that, the elementary gave us that. I want a, 4 through 8, where are we at? There's where we were for 2019. Overall, the whole school, not just per grade. Like, I feel like our numbers, I just would like a few more data, a little more data on the middle school, I guess.
Year-over-year comparison by grade level?
Yes. kind of like we had over here. So this was very helpful for the high school presentation. Thank you.
We'll get it for you.
Any other
No,
comments?
I have a question. And this may be more for you. We have Title I at the elementary and the middle school now. Can you tell me how many students we have at each building that are targeted?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I can get it for you.
Overall, do you know?
I only want to venture a guess, honestly, under 200.
Between both buildings?
Each building. And elementary is around the 100 mark. Yeah. At middle school, I want to say it's closer to 150, 200 right in there.
And are they just ELA or are they math also? Okay. And our funding, Brian, is it still where it's been, so we don't, can we hire any more parents?
Title I was reduced, we've actually moved more of the positions that were funded by Title I, now are being funded by 31A. Because our state at-risk went up, but our federal Title I went down.
Is that because of the free and reduced lunch, or will that, do you see that coming up in years to come?
I would not expect the federal level to have any increases in funding. In the state, yes. So we've done something like that. We moved positions that were normally funded for Title I, now we're funding by 31A.
We've cut the last 2 years in federal funding.
Can I talk now? Yes. I just want to say that it has been apparent that the middle school needs a lot of work. And Mr. Berkmeyer, you did not lead the building, but unfortunately you're the one standing here having to deliver the message. So I agree in what your statements, but I think let's be very cognizant of Mr. Berkmeyer standing here giving us the information. So middle school needs a lot of work. I think we all realize that. So for that, I just want to acknowledge that.
Somebody else? Okay.
I'd like to introduce Ms. Manguni then for demo.
All right. Thank you. I'm also going to be presenting on some data. We have our eggs kind of all in one basket, if you will, so this will be a little bit shorter. I'm going to be presenting on 3rd grade MSTEP data because that's the only grade level that that takes it in our building. I do want to say, though, that I don't want to discount the rest of the grade levels because truly we all know that 3rd graders can't show up and do what they did with this amount of proficiency if K2 teachers aren't taking full ownership of this. So I just want to commend all of the teachers, specials teachers included. We did a PD last year where specials teachers were diving into vocabulary that they can be doing in their rooms that's going to support some of this testing in their academic level. So I just want to say that the whole building has really taken a charge at what I'm going to be presenting here tonight. So if we take a look, 3rd grade ELA, our MSTEP, we have 66% of our students are proficient in ELA. This is almost unheard of, but again, it doesn't mean we don't have anywhere to grow. We do. We have 34% more students that we need to see up on that board next year when I come up here. So that is the goal. For 3rd grade MSTEP, we have 65.4% proficiency in our math. So it's good to see there isn't a huge discrepancy in our academic subjects. And that would lead us to having a goal that we need to have 34.6% more of our students proficient. And I do want to add, and I know there was a little star up there and you may have seen it, we are #1 in the county. So that's something to celebrate there. As Mr. Berkmeyer talked about, this is not cohort data that you have in front of you, so it is 2 different sets of kids. But I do just want to acknowledge that the most important thing is that we're moving up and that we're showing growth and that kids are becoming more and more proficient as they come through our doors. So last year we had 44.9% proficiency in ELA, and this year our students are 66% proficient. I did a little comparative data to look at Lee, the state, and then the ISD, or Macomb County. So Macomb County has 42.2% proficiency. The state is at 41.6%, and Lee Elementary is at 66% proficient. Same thing, looking at math, very similar data, really. The state's at 41% proficiency again in math. The ISD is 42.9, and then Lee is 65.4% proficient. So kind of our next steps, and this is where we start, so we're on a new cycle of looking at our NWA data. So twice a year for our PD days, our DPPD days, sorry, that's a mouthful. We sit down and we take our data protocol and we just dig, and see what students need. I would say third grade had probably 120 sticky notes, and each of those sticky notes represented a child and a skill that they needed. And with that, they build groups and intervention groups for 45 minutes a day based on what that student needs. So it's never at Lee that a student is low in math. It's a student may need help in geometry or may need help in algebraic thinking. And that's how we're starting to group our kids with our intervention time. Instead of looking at the big picture, we're really diving deep. Title I is a huge support to that. So we get all hands on deck, and we're having great results because of that practice that we're doing. So next steps. So some of the things that we're going to do to continue to have great results and also continue to have even better is using that data protocol to drive instruction to see where students need to be specifically. We are doing, as Ms. Makar also mentioned, we're doing a school-wide Ames Web Screener, so that's another piece of data to really be the surgeon on some of the skill levels. And we are doing grade level intervention. So like I said, we're looking at what each student needs, and we're basing our classrooms based on that. So there's 5 classrooms, and all the students get up and they go in a different classroom based on what that particular skill level is. And then we have to go ahead after that, if they've met proficiency, kind of start it all over again. So that's something that really seems to be working. And then we're looking at high-yielding best practices. And we have Haggerty and Kagan and Bridges that we've adopted that are also research-based curriculum that teachers are implementing in small doses that are showing great results.
Anybody have any questions for Mrs. Lincoln?
Just that Ames Web Screener, I know you mentioned it, and I didn't get a chance. Just what is, explain a little bit more what that is.
If I can let Dawn, because it's brand new and she knows much more than I do.
It's an online tool, so the kids take just a brief little test. There's a reading portion and a math portion. And the kids go through a series of questions, and it kind of gauges where they're at skill-wise, and then we can target, we can take that information, pick a specific intervention if needed, if the child is lower in the area, that suits that particular skill area.
So we're doing that in the special ed area?
No, we're doing that, that's with our at-risk students.
At-risk students,
Yes.
okay.
It also provides us our progress monitoring so that we can actually see if the interventions we are providing are being successful, and if not, we can change it right away in real time rather than waiting for these benchmark assessments to come out where we kind of missed the window.
How often are they done?
It depends on the level of student. If they are in tier 3, then they would have a weekly progress monitoring screen, bi-weekly for tier 2, and monthly if they are on the watch list, if they fall below the 55 percentile for their overall benchmark score.
Thank you. Good. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. I think that ends that presentation. Just want to thank our administrators for being here this evening. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the presentation of Section 31A, 97, 97C, and 97C grant.
All right, these are 4 grants that local districts can apply for, so I'm going to go with, go over them with the board. There are some of these grants that require community conversations and input, which we will be hosting prior to the actual receipt of dollars to see how we're going to allocate those dollars. So I'm going to start with 31AA, it's mental health and support. To apply for all of these grants, we're basically committing to agree that if allocated the funds, that we would use the funds in one of these types of categories. So for 31AA mental health support, it's there's basically 4 areas that that the district can use those funds. We can hire or contract support staff for mental services, which includes but not limited to school psychologists, social workers, counselors, and school nurses. So we can add additional support staff in that fashion. You could purchase, or as a district, we could purchase and implement mental health screening tools. We can provide research-based mental health personnel with access to consultation with behavioral needs of our students to respond to their mental health needs. And then it's a very broad last category, any other mental health service provider or products necessary to improve and maintain the mental health of students and staff. This particular grant requires that the district host or explain how it's going to use community input to guide its expenditures. So that would be some type of forum where you're going to do either in person or Zoom, and at least minimally you have to hold one session. The funding for this grant for Richmond Community Schools is an additional $109 per pupil, or equates to about another $167,000 for the district. Section 97 is called School Safety. This grant is $115 per pupil, or equates to about $176,000. Again, this one requires that the district does an infrastructure needs assessment, as well as gather community input on the allocation of these funds. So, what can the funds be used for? Well, it can be used in any of the allowable expenditures. Coordination with law enforcement to determine what types of items that need to be put in place. Training for school staff on threat assessments. As a county, we have spent each school district, each school within the county has sent staff to behavioral threat assessment training. As a county, that's what we've already gone to. We can expand that. It's training for school staff and students on threat responses. It can be training for school staff on crisis communication. It can also be for safety infrastructures, but not limited to. We could add additional doors, door blocks, hardening vestibules, window screening. Technology is necessary to operate buzzer system. A lot of this we already have in place, though there are some areas that we have identified that we'd like to put additional cameras for security. This grant also allows for the including of firearm detection software that integrates into existing security camera systems to detect and alert school personnel and first responders. Again, we would need community input regarding how this grant is allocated, and that our allocation is based on receiving this input. It also can be used for age-appropriate training for students and families on responsible gun ownership, provides professional development to school resource officers that include training on best practices in serving in the school setting, and other school safety services and products necessary to improve the security of the building. Just a reminder, these are written for all 500 plus districts in the state, so there are districts that are all over the board in terms of what they have and what they don't have. The third grant is Section 97C, which is a safety assessment. This is approximately $2,000 per building, and it's a maximum of about $6,000 for Richmond Community Schools. To receive this, the district can use the fund to contract with a vendor to complete a comprehensive safety and security assessment in their schools. And there's a series of requirements of that vendor and what their capability of. We recently did this several years ago. It was right before pre-COVID, where we had the Macomb Emergency Management Office come out to our building, provide a threat assessment of our building, and we've made changes based on that threat assessment. This would be doing another assessment, which is always a good thing, especially with the number of construction projects that have happened in our district. The last grant, 97D, is critical incident mapping. This is approximately anywhere from $2,000 to $2,500 per building. So for us, it would be about $7,500 max per building. To receive this, we'd have to contract with an individual or company to do critical incident mapping as described in the section. It talks about it, which basically allows the first responders to have access to our buildings through uploading our maps, which our first responders already have maps to our building. In the emergency of a crisis, the chief of police does have access to the video cameras if we are in a crisis situation that would help to resolve it. So you can see all of these grants and the fundings that go with it, and the criteria that goes with it. They are broad enough, in my opinion, that we would be able to find, based on input from not only our stakeholders, but also the board. I would encourage you to provide your input, but we'd be able to apply for these funds and use the funds should we be awarded. The application is very simple. It just basically is you're going into one document and you're marking that you are agreeing to the terms that are listed here in the backup. The application is due October 17th, 2022. I have no other information in terms of when notification would be on receiving the grant, and I have no other information on whether the grant would be retroactive to July 1st. So there's still a lot of unanswered questions, but part of the whole presentation of the grant is that the board has an opportunity to see what we're submitted. That's what the purpose of this presentation is for, and understand the requirements. With that, I'll open up to any questions.
So are we planning a community meeting or something at this time? Because you said it's due October 17th?
The community and staff input is not forth. You don't have to have it done prior to the grant. It's just that you're agreeing that you will have it. So once we've submitted it, we will set that form up. And like I said, it will either be in person or we can use the district Zoom account to allow for as much feedback and input as possible. Many districts are providing also a survey to allow parents to and stakeholders to type in what they would like to see in these grants.
So if we did a survey or a community input session or a few of them, could we do them simultaneously for the ones that require it?
Yeah, you can do one survey and break it into, if I'm understanding, you can break it into the categories to make sure that the requirements of that particular grant are being addressed with the survey and have opportunity
For all of the grants, yeah.
Yeah, my intent would be to include, even though Section 31A, mental health, the critical incident mapping and the
Right.
safety stuff are not required that you do community. My intention would to add it into there to see from a parent perspective.
So it would be all, if we did a survey, it would be all
All
inclusive in one
all
survey?
four of those, yes, all
Okay.
four of the grants in one survey.
Brian, do you know if, is it a limited pot of money? So is it based on criteria, who gets it, who doesn't, a first come, first serve?
What's been communicated to me is the dollar values are that every school district in the state of Michigan applies, the dollars are there to support these four grants. There is also dollars that are more competitive, and so we have to be looking at those.
Those are
But
some.
these particular ones are, as long as you complete the initial allocation, you should get the dollars. And then how you expend the dollars, the time frame, all that is still unclear and not published yet.
So whose responsibility is it to complete the application, yours?
Between myself and Jan.
Okay.
We will be submitting the application.
Do we have any more information on the 31A in regards to, the data that's collected off of these mental health test screenings? Where does this data go?
Well, that's if we're choosing to use the dollars to do it. We don't have to do it. We can put the dollars into, again, based on the input of the community. It may say, let's put, more counselors or social workers for support service. We may put all of our dollars there. There are some conversations about, because you have to spend them by a certain dollar value, or a date, there's oftentimes finding these additional people is a challenge. So there's ways that the ISD has shared with us on just funding-wise, how we can maintain those dollars and keep them to the general fund. But that's if we choose to. And part of that could be is, I'd like to hear the input of the community. Now, in the grant, you'll see nothing is a requirement in here that I send that information anywhere. It's based on what this criteria is for the use in district, and that's it. So that would be the position I would be taking, is if we're going to use that, it's for our staff and that's it. There's no database that we're putting it into. We're not sending anything anywhere for this requirement.
And if something were to happen where the community did choose to go that route, would we have an opt-out option for our child?
Are you talking for
To not participate with the mental health screenings?
Yeah, I would foresee that if this is what, let's assume this is what one of the items that we want to invest some dollars in. There's a conversation between the building personnel and the parent regarding why we see that. And if they need any type of screening, they have to send home. If we're doing any type of screening.
And then if, so if we're if we're granted the dollars and everything for that, at that point, would it comes to the board for us to decide where we want to put those dollars? Or do you just do a recommendation and we either accept it or not?
It could be a recommendation, it could be if the board wants to do a
Okay.
further discussion, we could do it that way.
Okay.
Obviously, we're going to look at our community and what they say.
Stakeholder input on where they would like to see these dollars within the criteria that's outlined here.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Walmsley. Now we're going to work on, our next presentation is the fiscal 2023 budget update discussion.
So we have been discussing the budget for the last couple weeks regarding from when the board approved the budget back in June to when the legislators and the governor signed off on it in July. Our Fte allocation, if you recall, second here to go through some. If you recall, we budgeted this year, the FY23 budget, on having 11 students more. We received, which is not what we typically have done in the past, but we did budget for more students. We budgeted getting $300 per pupil increase. We've already, the actual budget was $450. So when you take the difference over the FTE that we budgeted for students, and you times it by $150, that's approximately $230 of additional revenue. In the budget that was signed by the governor, there is a special ed reimbursement revenue that was put in there. It doesn't cover our special ed costs, but it covers more of those special ed costs. So for us, again, I use the example of if special ed cost was X and the special ed reimbursement was a portion of that one, they're just covering more of the cost, and the other dollars were coming out of general fund. Again, they're all general fund dollars, but that equates to about $250,000 in additional revenue. Over the course of the conversation, we've had 2 teacher FTEs increase over the August and September conversation, and we had a flagpole increase of $16,000 for multiple around. So when you look at the net, we're looking at approximately $304,000 of additional revenue. Count day was this past Wednesday. At this point, we are above the 11 FTEs. But at this point, we're going through the audited numbers and reviewing, those students that were absent on count day, depending on what type of absence, whether it's a 30 or a 10-day or 30-day rule, we have to look back, or a suspension for 45 days. So we don't have a final audited number yet. So I'm anticipating our overall bottom line is going to be better than this once the final count day numbers come in. But if we look at what the budget the board approved in June with the 11 increased students and the additional FTE per pupil allocation from the state and the special ed reimbursement, you have at this point roughly $300,000 of additional revenue over expenses. And so in the past couple of weeks, we've talked about board members' ideas and suggestions. And so board member Mashana asked me to put this together regarding just thoughts from board members on where they would like to see that allocation go.
Okay, so I had asked you to take, at the last board meeting, I had asked you to take a look at where we had been talking budget, where are your needs? So Mr. Walmsley is going to kind of fill in our chart. Just share where you would like, what your first priority is, where you'd like us to see or spend this extra money. I don't know if anybody wants to start, but I can start if it helps. Okay, I think we need to put some money into savings, some portion of that. We talked about making sure that we could cover our teacher, all our contracts. So just in case or something happens. So that's one of my things that I think we need to do. Anybody else want to put out a comment? Or does anybody agree with that at this point?
I agree with that.
Maybe there's 3. I see 2 head nodding.
Didn't we already put money into savings?
I don't know that we did.
Sure we did.
For that point, Fran?
In our budget, we've already put money in for.
The final budget that was approved in June, we put as many dollars into capital projects that were part of the stuff that didn't happen last year. This year, we put money aside for turf, computer replacement bus. Just what was the final? We have $97,000 approximately. That was where, when the budget that was approved in June, revenue exceeded expenses.
Okay, so we didn't put anything aside though for funding our contracts out like we talked about.
No, I think the conversation was, one of the options was about looking at contracts, opening and doing something different with money. And that conversation was, if you do that, you've got to make sure that each year you've got that to sustain it.
Okay, so
that's
we
what
can
that was.
reword that in mind. So it would be that if we're going to provide, we talked about providing our staff with an additional bonus or additional something, that we make sure we have that money.
No, the additional bonus was just that, whatever this extra money, it had nothing to do with going down the road. For the bonus for staff.
We talked about
We did talk about a one-time.
One time. So that money in savings has nothing to do with giving the bonus.
So I'm going to go back and ask you, Brian, do we have money in savings to cover our contracts?
The money in our contracts is, if we got no increase from the state, we would be using fund balance to cover contract in future years.
When would the contract be up though?
It varies on the
Right, yeah.
group. The largest group, which is your teacher group, is the 24, 25, 22, 23, 24, 25. 3 years.
But again, this whole conversation has to do with the extra, if you will, the extra money with our budget. What can we do with it? And it has nothing to do with our contracts. The contracts that we signed and put together, when we agreed to those and then we put our budget together and looking, all of that is in place. You don't approve contracts if you don't think you've got the money going out forward. That's already what we've done. I thought this conversation was what are we doing with the extra money? Now, if you want to take the extra money and you want to say, take however much money and put it aside, that's one argument, but not saying to do it for the contracts.
Well, I think that's what we're talking about. Let's redo Mrs. Mashon's here. I would like to see us across the board give our teaching staff some kind, our teaching, everybody, custodial, whatever, some kind of a one-time payment.
I agree. Can I back up and ask a question real quick here?
Sure.
Okay, I wasn't at the last board meeting, but the one prior, the total was like $490,000. Now it's $300,000, so I missed where the rest of that.
The last meeting we
I
allocated
did watch
another
that.
teacher.
We did.
We had another teacher expense, and then in that, I believe we had the FICA that was previously approved in the board, and it double checked that sheet. We approved FICAs that were part of the bond project that were not part of the scope of the bond.
I agree with the one-time payment, so I want to see that too.
I would also agree with the one-time bonus or payment to staff, but I also would be on board for doing, as somebody came up and mentioned, I don't know, it doesn't have to be, I mean, a particular dollar amount for like classroom expenses. I know they mentioned, I don't know what they mentioned, 100, but like, we don't have to do 100, like, I don't, you know what I mean, 50, 20, something, you know, to help with classroom expenses. I would also be on board with doing that.
Could we put that kind of objective in? If we did that, are we looking at maybe across the board, like all of our robotics, our specials, or no? Or you're just saying classroom?
I'm saying,
Does that affect band? Does that affect choir?
The request came up to give teachers whatever the dollar figure, if it was $100, whatever it was. That's what the request was.
Right.
So that's if that's
So that's
something you want to
strictly
do,
different.
that, to me, that's completely different.
Okay, okay.
But the bonus part, I agree with that, but my question is, we had two options to pick from. And one was 1% per employee or $100 per employee. We had what those dollar figures were.
Correct.
1% was $104,649.60. $100 per employee was $24,651.85. So I too agree with something like that, but I'm somewhere in the middle of, I wanted to see more than $100
Well, that's what I was
per
going to
employee.
say.
And
That is exactly where I was
that's,
going.
when I first brought it up, that's exactly, I wasn't talking $100 per employee.
I think
So
we had just
that's
asked.
just,
I agree
so
with you,
that's where I'm
Margaret.
coming from.
I would agree with you that I'd like to make that statement, but I would like to increase that amount more than 100.
Okay. No, $100 isn't a joke.
I mean, I know it's $100, but
It's-
as a teacher, I would.
It's well, first off, we're talking every employee, not just
Everybody.
teachers, and it's not a joke. But I, hold on, let me finish. But I think if you're looking at, if that's what the board is looking, wants to do that as opposed to a 1%.
Excuse me, if our community could please be quiet so we can hear. We're having a hard time hearing each other, please. Thank you.
If we want to do a bonus, let's get a better number. I don't think it's a joke, but let's get a better number. But then if we're looking, if you want to go more than 1%, then what's that? Let's just figure out which one. I think we all agree we want to do that, but let's figure out how we want to do it. And if that's our number one priority, then you put that at number one and you figure out what that dollar figure is, and then you can figure out, because I put mine in order.
Well,
You know
do we
what I'm
want to
saying?
finish then going through our list here?
I would, what each person.
Yeah, what each person. So, I'm sorry, Sandy.
Are we just then talking about our number one priority?
No, give what you have. I did 3 when I did mine, my top 3, because I felt,
I have top 3 also.
okay.
So, can I just ask the clarification on the 1%? Is that 1% of their salary that you're giving them, or, so would that be something that would be added to their salary for every year after? Or is that just a 1% bonus?
It would be an off-schedule payment from what we've had conversation. For those that are hourly workers, we took what their regular schedule would be the whole of the year and figured out their total they should make is X. We took 1% of that number.
And that it's a bonus, or it's, you added it to their salary?
It would be an off schedule, so we could pick a date. November 25th is payday. On that day, everybody in the organization would get
1%.
whatever.
So a one-time bonus.
Yeah, it's still a one-time bonus, though. It doesn't affect the contract.
So that number that Brian gave us, that number was on that paperwork that we had back from the last meeting. No, it was a breakdown of everything it showed. So that's every single employee, 1% of the salary that they're making. That's what that $104,000 figure is, right? That's what you said?
Yes, it's the only copy is Schedule B will be removed from that total amount.
Right.
But your base salary is what we're talking about.
How would that work for hourly employees? You take their salary over the previous 12 months?
So if we have an employee that works 8 hours a day, and they work 209 days, multiply that by the hourly rate that they should make for the year, and then we do the 1%.
Okay, so let's go back. Sandy, would you like to share your 3?
Sure. So my number 1 was also doing the one-time bonus for staff.
Okay.
My other thing that's important to me is the counselor that I spoke about, to spend time with each child to talk about future beyond high school, whether it be the workforce and getting some kind of certificate through a CTE program or the armed forces or the trades or college. But I think it's important that we don't have any, I don't want to say any, we don't have any one person that's dedicated, that has that much time dedicated to each student in high school every year to talk about what they want to do, what their interests are, and how to get there. That's my top three, or one of my top three. And then,
Then your other one was the classroom.
well, I mean, I guess if we're talking about upping that amount, then I might change that, to be honest with you, and go for supplying the uniforms.
Okay, Danielle, I'm waiting for Mr. Walmsley here to catch up to us. Have you had, I didn't know if you had an opportunity to look at what we did.
No, I looked at it a little bit, but I remember from the previous exam, like Sherry was saying.
Good. So what's your top one?
I like the teacher bonus and also the expense, like a one-time payment per classroom to use for whatever supplies that teacher deems necessary. And then my third one was sports, because we put a big emphasis
So
on
did
that.
we, when you looked at the sports, it was broken up into two sections. Either we do the whole piece or we do equipment and uniforms. So which one are you thinking about?
I didn't even think. But I would say at the bare minimum, I don't know.
I know what I'm thinking now.
I would
Okay,
say,
so put sports down. We'll just put
Yeah,
sports down and we can
sports
always
and
have a conversation. Okay. Angela?
Yes, I would also like the one-time payment for staff, maybe $250 per staff member, $250 one-time payment is what I was thinking. If we did do the $100 per person, I also agree with Board Member Fortuna as far as doing the classroom for each teacher to have a classroom supply. And then my third one would be, I think it was the $54,000 to get sports brought up to date. Is that what we wanted? I would like to do that. And then also put money into the music and art program so that we are giving money back to the students this year as well. And now, I know this is a little off topic, but we did talk about the mental health grant. Do you know if anything such as art or music or activities in that way will we be able to allocate money towards those to help with our mental health piece in the school?
And the 4 grants that I would,
Yes.
it would be for all students regardless of the content area. You know, it would be for any student in that school and how we allocate those dollars.
Candace?
I would like go with the 1% for the teachers as well, for one time, teachers, bonus. That'd be my number one. Number two is, I'm still sticking with, we need another bus route. If it doesn't get picked, I'm going to keep bringing it up every meeting, because it is for sure an issue. And then my number three, I kind of echo Board Member Fortuna about the high school counselor, somebody that will guide them through years. I'm actually really shocked we don't have that. I don't even know what would happen if I didn't have that growing up. And we had co-op where we worked and we got credit and all these things we learned from our jobs. I'm really shocked. So if that doesn't make it, I would like to see us find someone in the high school somewhere to guide these students for their career.
I'd like to clarify that a little bit. We do, I don't know if we're still doing career cruising or if that has changed.
It's seldom.
Okay, so we do have some going on. I think the discussion was, we have one counselor in the high school here. If we devoted, 5 minutes per child?
30 minutes per child.
30 minutes per child for everyone in the building, that worked out to a full-time.
Correct.
Job.
Yes.
A full-time job. And I thought that's where we were kind of, that's someone they could come to not only just for career cruising or just issues or problems or guidance, because we do have co-op co-op opportunities, we have CTE opportunities, and those are being talked about now. We're just not giving those kids 30 minutes, during the year. It's impossible to do with one class. Anyway, I just wanted to.
And I don't know if that's something that could possibly be implemented with some of those grants that we talked about. You know what I mean? I don't know. That would be awesome, and then I would love to do something else.
Counselor is one of the things you could pay for.
Okay.
If we could find one.
Right. Right.
Okay, Margaret? Did you have your 3 or 4 additional?
Yeah, mine's 4.
Okay.
And my number 1 was the art and music requests from the teachers. I think that it's incredibly sad that was kind of, that information came to us. I think it's incredibly sad that that's not happening. So that would be my number 1 with the extra.
That having in terms of?
Of all the things that they want to do to upgrade. The bonus, and I just keep saying it's not just for teachers, it's every staff. Every person that works for Richmond Schools deserves this bonus. And I want it to be more than 100, and I want it to be more than 1%. So I guess my thing would be, once we get into November, whenever we get when we know what money we're coming in, then I would like to have a conversation about whether it's more than 100 and that, but that's my second. The third for me is the athletics part, the $55,000 amount, since I've been talking about it for years. And next would be the counselor, because I agree we need it, and if we can do it in part of this grant, like Brian says, like Sandy, I agree, because that just opens up more money.
Absolutely.
For art, music, more money for bonus, that kind of thing.
Right.
So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Sure.
My top would be the 1% off schedule per employee to be used how they like. And then the other one would be the bonus of like $100, but hopefully
For the classroom?
for the classroom.
Okay, thank you. All right.
And my third would be art, music, and choir, especially like competitions for art.
We'll just go back to fill mine in now. Okay, so going back up to mine. So mine is obviously the one-time payment to all of the staff in the district. My second choice is, I actually have 4 too, now that I think about it, but my second is a counselor. I think that is huge in the what our students are experiencing right now. I really think it's an important piece. My third choice is band and the arts, to make sure that we are obviously funding them. I do agree with Margaret, it's pretty sad that I know we fund them to a certain extent, but we don't fund them totally. And those are, in all of our buildings, those are academic class. Our kids earn credit in those classes. I think we should be funding them. My fourth one, if we ever get to the fourth one, is I would like to do that $54,000, the athletic piece. I think we need to take a look at that. I agree, there's another area to me. Predominantly, I know at least at the high school, they get a chunk of money, but quite frankly, once we do the helmets, there's not much left of it to use on any other team in our program, and we should be supporting that. Okay. When I talked with Mr. Walmsley today, we were going to go back and just kind of, obviously there's some agreements here, and take a look at our top ones and see where, did we agree we were going to talk money tonight or no? We were going to wait.
I think we said we were going to wait till we
for
know
the
what
next.
some day brings us.
Yeah, I need that, give you some options for the one-time payment.
Okay.
That goes from $100 to plus 1%.
Do we want to give him any direction as far as, do we want to look at 100? Do we want to look at 250? Do we want to look at 500?
I like the idea of a percentage,
Okay.
personally, but could you bring us I don't know, a few options. I don't know, I'm interested more than the 1%, but I mean, there's others here that aren't, so maybe bring us the options for like,
Do either one.
a couple of options maybe?
But do we want the options? We don't want the options until we know what money we're dealing with. So is the next thing to because Brian, would it be like the middle of November, end of November, when the count day stuff gets certified?
Certified, yeah.
I think that I would want the options, just to know, get an idea of the amount that we're looking at before we, you know what I mean? Like, because then at that point, we can say like, oh, okay, we can only do the 1.5% or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Keep in mind, this dollar value is not including any students above the budget.
Right.
Yes, this would just be I'm looking for a couple of different estimate amounts. I'm not looking for an exact.
Bring several scenarios.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any other questions or anything you want to add to this discussion? Good job, you guys did your homework. Okay, we're going to move on to bond update with Mr. Walmsley.
Bond update is very short. We have this Thursday, we are having the construction meeting regarding the plan for the 2023 phase-in project. That in your backup, you'll see there's basically 2 phases that we're looking at. Roughly, when school gets out through the middle of July, we'll be addressing the gymnasium parking lot, the board parking lot, and the new varsity baseball parking lot, which is off of the Lee, across from the Lee Elementary School parking lot. I only call it that because it's the closest to that field. It can also be used for soccer and football if that gate is open there. And then the second phase would be mid-July through the beginning, mid-August, which would be basically the road that runs along the library on the west side of the campus and the road that runs in front of the middle school in the traffic circle. Those are our preliminary, our last bond projects that we'd be looking at. Part of that conversation is to address the summer programs, food service programs, athletic camps and practices, and how we work around all of these bond projects. But with that, that's it.
Okay, any questions?
The parking lot, is that my parking lot that I've been talking about forever?
That is a small parking lot. It has, I believe when you look at the width of that, it is not a curb parking lot, because if we did, then we'd have to get into, it's approximately 12 to 15 parking spots.
Will they
Portion of those, pardon?
Will they be handicapped?
With a large majority of them being handicapped.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Walmsley? Okay, our next item on our agenda is public comments. I will start off with, excuse me a minute.
I accidentally took the sheet, sorry.
Oh, okay. Since the last board meeting, I've received 1 email from the public regarding the release of Mr. Martell's and another 2 emails from a parent sharing their concerns for making all students comfortable in the bathroom. All 3 of those were forwarded on to Mr. Walmsley. I received another email regarding a discipline situation at the middle school. This email was referred to Mr. Walmsley and Mr. Berkmeyer. I was also CC'd on an email requesting information under the Freedom of Information Act. I received 2 other emails regarding the conduct of our board members. At this time, any member of the public may address the board. Please sign in. There's a sign-in sheet up there, and state your name. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. I am asking that we, there are a lot of people here, and I know everybody wants to talk, that we please listen, that we please do not talk while they're talking, and give everybody, listen in an open mind so that, I don't want any interruptions.
There's a lot of people back here.
There's a lot of them. Ms. Walmsley, can we put the screens up?
And is there a microphone as well? Yeah, it's hard to hear. There's no microphone.
We'll figure something out here. Okay, please don't come up and sign up. It's first come, first served, so we're just.
a microphone?
So we can just walk up and talk right now?
No, we're not ready to start yet, but give me a minute, and yes, you can.
Thank you.
We're getting a mic.
No.
Okay, so at this time, whoever would like to address the public, please step forward.
Is that right? There we go. Is this thing on?
Yes.
All right, my name is Jim Searle. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I am a parent of two school-aged children in the grade school, and Keith Bartels, who is principal at the middle school, is my brother-in-law. Keith Bartels served 24 years in the district as a teacher and also as an administrator. So for those of you who missed the party, I'd like a big round of applause. I say that facetiously because there was no party. There was scheduled to be a party on September 30th, which was to be Keith's last day. Keith, by the way, has deep roots to the school. His kids go here. His daughter's a 4th grader. He's got a daughter who's a senior and a son who's a sophomore. We share a mother-in-law who's got a 30-year history here, Carrie Glassford, who is a beloved teacher. But Keith decided to take another opportunity. It wasn't his true decision. His love was this school. He wanted to stay here. I'll leave it at that. He was scheduled to leave September 30th, which was a Friday. On September 29th, he was called down to Mr. Wansley's office, the superintendent, for a meeting. He had no idea why he was being called. He happened to see Officer Davenport, who was also sitting in front of Mr. Wansley's office. She had no idea why she was there. Keith Bartels, a man who gave 24 years to this school district, found out that he was going to be escorted out by a police officer before the day began. He asked if he could have a chance to say goodbye to his staff. Mr. Wansley told him no. Officer Davenport, who was enraged and terribly upset that she had been put in this position because she's friends with Keith, and she's friends with a lot of the teachers here. There's relationships in this community, as everyone knows. And she was embarrassed that she had to escort him out. Now imagine that father who given 24 years of his life to serve in the school, and his kids have to find out through the rumor mill, a 4th grader, a sophomore, and a senior. Mr. Wansley sent a letter out on October 3rd to clarify the false statements on social media and in the community. And the first one was that the false statement was supposedly that police had been called to escort Mr. Bartels off campus, nor was he taken out in handcuffs. Nobody said he was taken out in handcuffs.
Can I stop you a minute, please? I'm sorry. You need to be, you're addressing the board, we're not addressing.
Nobody said he was taken out in handcuffs.
It's 3 more minutes.
Thank you.
3 more seconds then.
Thank you.
24 seconds.
Nobody said he was taken out in handcuffs, but he was taken out by Officer Davenport. Teachers, principals who retire deserve to be cheered. They deserve to have a standing ovation as they walk down the hallway. They deserve to say goodbye. They deserve to cry and let go of the people they love. And that's what this community would have wanted. That's what I would have wanted.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jason Burrs, and I have 2 boys in the Richmond School District. I'm here to speak about the bathroom situation. And given the graphs, it appears that the board likes facts. right? It appears we need to focus more on educating our children than educating them on what bathroom they need to use, because it appears we are behind in our academics. Why do we care about being the best when we can just identify as being the best? Why do we all when we can identify as being the best? Okay? And it's a very simple concept, and it appears 100% of you guys understand it, because I've seen you stand at the flag and say, one nation under God. And if you've been to church for 5 seconds, you understand God created Adam and Eve. And you know how that whole thing works, right? So do we need to dive into that anymore? No, I'll go to the next thing. Let me tell you a little story. Oh, wait, before, sorry, a little heated. Okay, I want to save money, everybody get a vote. I want to vote, everybody gets a vote. I want palate neutral foods, okay? We can have one food. The kid eats the food and they identify as whatever they want. It could be chicken nuggets, it could be pizza. That thing, we only need one thing on the menu. That's it. One thing on the menu. Palate neutral foods. Now let me tell you a little story, and this is a 100% true story. My niece fell victim to woke ideology. We were eating breakfast one day, and she looked at me, and she goes to a school in Utica, community schools. And she looked at me and she said, Uncle Jason, can you please hand me the orange juice? And I handed her the milk. And she says, that's not orange juice. And I said, yes, it identifies as orange juice. And I said, so drink it. And she says, well, you're an idiot. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I said, exactly. You said it best. When you identify things as being what they're not, you're an idiot. Because it's not orange juice, it's apple juice. And we can milk 1 million cows and never get a drop of orange juice. And we can squeeze 1 million oranges and never get a drop of milk. It's as simple as that. And I don't know why we're not focusing more on the facts. Because it appears you guys like them. It's very simple. Very simple.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Good evening. My name is Cheryl Starr. 26 years ago, I accepted the opportunity of a lifetime to come home to Richmond and teach at Richmond Middle School. For most of those 26 years, working at RMS has been a joy. It has provided me with a second family made up of coworkers and students alike. For 14 of those years, Keith Bartels was my building principal and immediate supervisor. And I can tell you, we did not always get along or agree, but we always treated each other with respect. The one thing that Mr. Bartels stressed more than anything from day one was we need to build relationships with our kids and our community and families if we want to achieve anything. And that is exactly what we've done. And I heard somebody else earlier talk about the relationships in this community. Even, as I said, when we disagreed, Mr. Bartels treated his staff with professionalism and dignity. I know personally that it was extremely difficult for him to make the decision to leave Richmond. When he informed his staff, it was a kick in the gut. It was so disheartening. We were all sad. The next day, there was this pall over the building. But we wanted to make Keith's last week with us a good one. So if he could maintain his professionalism, which he did, then so could we. And we, even though we knew it was tearing him up, and we planned our small goodbyes for him on Friday, we were robbed of the opportunity to have those goodbyes, both as staff members and our students. After giving 24 years of his heart and soul to this district, he was treated as an outcast, unworthy of even a proper goodbye. And then I was present at the board meeting where his resignation was announced during the personnel report. And every night at a board meeting, the board members also have opportunities for your final thoughts. When Mr. Walmsley announced that Mr. Bartels had left for another district, and later in the night, when the board members had your opportunities, not one person even acknowledged that he was leaving or his years of service. I've heard more words spoken about new hires when they're presented. The day after Keith left, our staff, under the leadership and good example of Anthony Burkmeyer, maintained professionalism and dignity throughout that day. We allowed our students to participate in a peaceful and safe walkout so they could express their frustration over a situation that they had no control of. We did not encourage or discourage their participation. We let them make their own decisions as we are trying to teach them to do. Afterwards, we continued our day only to be told that we were losing another member of our staff family, our secretary, Ms. Melissa Mayo. And through no fault of their own, the elementary school was handed a similar loss with the transfer of Secretary Denise Tinsky, both of whom were transferred just 3 days before count day, a critical day for both offices. Naturally, people in the middle school and other parts of the district are concerned about further changes that are coming to accomplish some goal. Well, once I was given a book titled, "Change is Good, You Go First." I think we've seen enough change in our school buildings, enough upheaval. I hope this board recognizes this also.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, your time's up.
My final thought is that I would ask.
You can have my time.
Okay.
Go ahead. I won't need your full 3 minutes, so can I save it for something? I hope that this board recognizes that we need to stop this upheaval. And I ask you to maintain some stability and cohesion in our building. Our building has a staff that works together and collaborates together. We have the respect of Mr. Burkmeyer as we had the respect from Mr. Bartels. And in turn, we respect him. He has been part of our building family for the last 5 years, or this is his 5th year. He knows the ins and outs of our building. I myself had my doubts when he came to our building. He has been in the elementary, and middle school is not elementary. He handled the aftermath of the departure of Mr. Bartels with professionalism, with dignity, and grace. He kept the safety of our students at the forefront. He spoke to us staff, emailed us, said we're going to figure this out. Made the arrangements so that they could walk to the gym, where they could be safe, feel that they had a voice, and then continue their day. And even in the talk that he gave the students before the walkout, he encouraged the students to make their choices, but he pointed out that Mr. Bartels would want them to be getting an education. I hope that you will consider hiring him permanently as our principal, as we are finally getting our school back to normalcy after the pandemic, and God knows what else will happen in this world. Thank you.
Good evening, Janelle. Thank you, Mrs. Jar. You are a true treasure to our district. Cheryl McCleskey, Sherry Zuby, Connie Mlott, Mary McGowan, Sherry Westerhoff, Charlene Plagins, Sam Honecker, Wendy at the central office, Shelley at the central office, Rochelle Thompson, Vicki at the central office, Kimberly Elms, Michelle Newsom, Lori Lazowski, Dave Myler, John Bordeaux, Jim Benoit, Paula Dowker, Dave Manjun, Colleen Baumgarten, Jean Dream, Melanie Cockrell, Sandy Pradko, Cindy Painter, Marlene Cousdale, Kim Stalecki, Mary Jane Kuna, Dale Kelly, Katie Bernil, Krista Brown, Tom Brown, Kayla Deanna, Lisa McDonald, Amy LaFour, Shannon Koontz, Janet McHerzak, Natalie Strasioni, Jessica Kappa, Karen Boston, Mike Murphy, Kelly Fume, Michelle Schomer, Aaron Lashbrook, Christy Lashbrook, Anthony Bloin, Ken Parlage, Jessica Mitkowski, Yvonne Worth, Christine Graham, Patty Bowes, Chris Nolan, Brian Jarsma, Bobby Hamlin, Bridget Shoeboy, Sarah Horan, Adam Hastings, Teresa Ranger, John Schleter, Glenn Nuss, Suzanne Rickard, Dave Cochran, Andy Castle, Chris Reinhardt, Keith Bartels, which will gut this district, Krista McLeod. Deb Michon previously addressed the board telling them that the issue was serious, accusing Walmsley of mistreatment of employees. Also quoted as saying something's not right and hoped the board would finally, seriously investigate the concerns brought forward about this man. Harold Swanger, Keith Christmas, Monica Nicolopoulos, Deb Dobbs, Jen Cleland, Tracy Turner, Kara Ricosa, Lindsay McCoy, Amanda Gottardo, Jackie Davidson, Craig West, Melissa Wolf, Dave Finley, Amy St. John, Pam Probst, Carrie Blissett, Joe Ogilvie, Megan Rowland, Emma Flaff, James Wagger, Terry Tomeko, Shirley Matuszewski, Jill Gabridge, Taylor Jones, Emily Leach, Ann O'Connor, Veronica Belf, Jacqueline Underwood, Lance Whitney, Trish Till, Karen Van Ham, Jill Taylor, Amanda Martin, Marie Christine Guerin, Pam Daly, Robin Ducharme, Janelle Mueller, Linda Corby, Pastor Wise, Ashley Everett, Emma Patterson, Andrea Kania, Laura Wilson, Courtney Lavish, Jenny Ferguson, Katie Bellini, Judy Rhodes, John Rhodes, Amanda Lack, Nicole Spradke, Anna English, Kim Weber, Haley Tyson, Cheyenne Bastian, Connie Brown, Colleen Lanou, Karen Kukar, Mary Honan, Becca Christensen, Kate Gentner, Tony Kuntz, Rob Monahan. These people are our most precious resource, and we are hemorrhaging them at the hands of this man. Do something now. Make this man accountable. Good evening. I'm going to try to read this without passing out and throwing out.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Move it, just, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Take it off. Is it even on?
Is that better? Yes. Good evening. I'm here to highlight the issues with the males using female restrooms. The board is...
Can I have your name, please?
Oh, Miranda. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The board has made their position clear that they are more afraid of legal challenge and being called a bigot or other slanderous terms than keeping our kids safe. Last meeting, we warned the board of violence that would ensue if our warnings weren't taken seriously. Less than 24 hours later, a female student whose father spoke up about the issue was verbally assaulted with threats of violence and sexually harassed. The school's initial lack of appropriate action against this young male student forced the parents of this young female student to file a police report. This situation is unacceptable. I am sure that if the roles were reversed, the female student would have been expelled. The school administration acted in this instance to protect the young male student who assaulted the female by fabricating a false story of accountability and then passing it off as facts to her parents.
The behavior of the vice principal to protect the assailant in this matter is appalling. She should be suspended upon.
Does it need a battery?
Just have one on the back. I think that-
No, it's a battery.
Hello? Okay, where am I at here? This unfortunately is not an isolated incident in this country and resembles the actions taken in Loudoun County, Virginia, where a school instilled the same policy of this school board only to have a female student raped by a young male student who said he was a girl. That's foolproof.
Needs batteries.
Is there another one?
Just get loud. Get loud.
Get loud. Talk loud.
Well, if we just need batteries. Are there any batteries back there? No.
Now use your...
None of these are removable.
You can come here and use this.
There you go.
Okay. Raise it this one? Sure. Okay, where was I here?
Another state.
Okay, we'll just go to this next here. This board has issued their current policy based on case law that is no longer valid. The case of Fte versus Clayton County has been successfully reversed in legal challenge in the case of Texas versus EEOC. A federal judge ruled that the protection afforded in Title 9-7 applied to employment discrimination, but not necessarily all correlated conduct, including bathroom and pronoun use. It was determined that these protections went too far and they were therefore unlawful. This legal precedent gives the board authority to act appropriately regarding the safety of our children and disregard the conflicting case law. We implore you to ignore the outside groups trying to influence your policy decisions. They will try to bully and intimidate you, bending their cause with slanderous and baseless allegations without regard for our children. They are political activists who do not have children in our schools, and they're not members of our community. These people do not represent the values of our community either. Their intimidation tactics should fall on deaf ears, as they are desperate attempts that one takes when they have lost an argument and can no longer produce legitimate defense of their position. Their point of view, while enthusiastic, is irrelevant. Most of this community wants this current policy reversed for the safety of everyone. The board now has the authority to act in the best interest of this community, and we demand that each member go on record so that the voters are informed as to their position on this very serious issue. Thank you.
Brian, is the microphone there?
That's Jason's microphone.
My name is Teresa Ranger. I was the union president for 9 years. I recently retired. During those 9 years as the union president, I represented the teachers of Richmond. My allegiance still continues for these hardworking, professional Richmond teachers. With that being said, I was asked to read some anonymous teacher statements here tonight. Statement number 1. The leader has created a culture of fear. We fear bullying, harassment, and being written up if we disagree. I would love to speak freely and openly and give specific examples about the bullying and harassment that I see, but I fear I would become a victim of retaliation. Since he has joined Richmond Community Schools, we have had numerous staff members from all buildings, including central office, leave or retire before they truly wanted to. Statement number 2. In my time as an employee at Richmond, I worked under and witnessed the umbrella of fear and abuse of power. In my opinion, the primary focus is how he is perceived by the public and the Board of Education. I have witnessed him focus on minutia, like why a staff member didn't respond to a hello, or why a member of the public made a comment on Facebook. I have heard him have too many verbal outbursts to mention. All of this while staff members after staff member leave because of the way they've been mistreated. There have been grievances filed, surveys ignored, and the good people of Richmond deserve better than that. Statement number 3. Nobody employed by Richmond Community Schools will ever file a formal complaint. The fear is that they will be the next to have a target on their back for impeding the progress of the league. Teachers, administrators, and other staff members are viewed as expendable pieces, not as educators. The district culture is toxic and staff members are exiting because of it. As a former employee, I'm not giving specific examples because I fear he would recognize me and contact my current employer. The ultimate loss is with the students and the families of this community. Statement number 5. I have witnessed aggressive, unnecessary, and inappropriate exchanges between him and the administrators, teachers, and staff members. Statement number 6. Telling me I have to do a non-teaching related thing such as putting down my blinds at the end of the day. If they're not down, I'll be in trouble. Statement number 7. It was not an easy decision for me to leave Richmond Community Schools, but one that has been weighing heavily on my heart and mind for some time. I believe staff can attest to the kind of inconsiderate and unprofessional treatment and attitude that is bestowed upon many employees in the school system. I believe that very reason, amongst others, is the main cause of the endless turnover at this district. I'm not quite sure what would be the actual icing on the cake. In my situation, it was eventually added and I could not stomach the taste of it. I had to get it. Statement number 8. What is it that when people leave, he says the opportunity of a lifetime presented itself? Why aren't we the opportunity of a lifetime? People used to take less pay because of the positive small town family atmosphere. Since 2014, that has changed. And now we have people leaving left and right. We've heard it over and over, the board wants to know, yet if you truly want to know why, you should perform exit interviews and then believe what people say. Thank you.
That might go better.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Krinzig. My husband and I are both on that list, along with some of our closest friends. Unfortunately, it's going to be a lot more of our close friends, which is really sad. It's a list that is just really sad. My husband and I have graduated 7 students from Richmond Community Schools, and we have 1 left. Those of whom who have been fortunate enough to have had many of the staff that were on that list, which they've not recovered from still. These teachers weren't just teachers, they were kids, they were students, they were teachers at our kids' games, they were welcomed guests in our home, they were even guests at all of our kids' graduation parties. We're a pretty diverse family. We've had basketball, volleyball, tennis, football, choir, cheer, volleyball twice, track, Psat, and honor society. So we've been around for a while. I'm here to carry on what Mrs. Ranger began with true teacher statements written by them. Teacher 1, staff always feels threatened with write-ups. If we don't say hello to him, if we have something on the heater, dress code, when we have to have time off, and so much more. He lets his administration take the heat for the problems he creates or doesn't address. If we don't respond to him within a certain amount of time, we're in trouble. But he rarely gets back to us promptly, if at all. Some may say that if we don't speak up as a staff, but we can't. We need our jobs. If we speak up in the district, we are targeted unless you're related to someone on the school board. Teacher number 2. Our school board has changed more with his tenure than any other district in Macomb County. Before his arrival, only elections changed it. Does anyone ask the board members why they left? Ask the 7 who have resigned. They'll tell you. It's harassment and bullying. Teacher number 3. He had used Facebook in a way to attempt to gain information on teachers and then harass them all while doing so under false pretenses, stating he had gotten it elsewhere. When clarification is ever needed on something, he will simply not respond to the emails. He uses his power to intimidate staff and has even threatened docking pay in situations where it's extremely inappropriate to even suggest. There will be a severe staffing shortage next year if he is still here. Teacher number 4. Wait, teacher number 4? Teacher number 4. Retaliation and fear is real.
When he got to Richmond, he bragged that he was in Warren as a teacher on the negotiating team, and he got into regarding teacher contractual time. He said he waited all year, and at the end of the year, the teacher he argued with left the school within the school contractual window. Go figure. He didn't forget the disagreement and then wrote that person up. I've witnessed this vindictive nature with those who dare to ask questions. Teacher number 5. He has created a culture of fear I'm no longer willing to tolerate. I will not stick around to wait until it's my turn to be targeted and will actively be seeking out a job in a new district this year. I saw how he yelled and berated Terry Tomeko on her last day, and I do not respect that kind of administration. I know that I've been around for a while, but my words for you new parents is you want to teach your kids not to be a bully. So look who's the bully. One more from my daughter who just graduated, 2022 graduate. This is getting to the point where I'm almost sad to say I graduated from Richmond. Many teachers and staff members were amazing and I looked up to them. But he is a disgrace to the community. He has forced beloved staff members to leave, staff that I loved, after they inspired countless students to strive to be their best, Mr. Bartels being one of them. It's so sad.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
She can have my time.
I only have one more question.
That's all right. Go finish it. You can have my time.
You need to sign in if
Yes,
you're going to
that's
have time,
fine.
please.
I'll start again. 2022 graduate. This is getting to the point where I'm almost sad to say that I graduated from Richmond. Many teachers and staff members were amazing and I looked up to them. But he's a disgrace to this community. He has forced beloved staff members to leave, and even after they've inspired countless students to strive to be their best in their future, including me. Mr. Bartels being one of them. It's so sad to see a school that I have loved, so much love for, continue to fall apart due to this leader. Yeah, she's a pretty cool girl. She just graduated. She's a 4-time state champ, and she's torn apart. She's watching all of her teachers leave. It's really hard. It's really hard for her little brother to want to go to Richmond. He's at St. Peter's now because we won't let him go to Richmond while he's here. And it's just sad. It's very, very sad. There's people who choose this school for school of choice, and they're realizing what they're choosing because it's just awful. It's just awful. But again, back to the bullying thing. I'm a big advocate for bullying. And I want you guys to know that he's nothing but a bully.
Take notice. No, her. One person.
My name is Lisa Taylor. Since 2014, we have lost over 125 staff members, 125, and a few more are soon on their way out. A small handful have since retired after feeling as though they had no choice due to harassment, bullying. These educators have tried for years to bring light to the multiple situations that have arisen to no avail. These teachers are the backbone of our district. We stand strong behind them. As more information comes to light, it is very apparent that there is in fact a huge problem. The morale amongst the staff, it is at an all-time low. Back in October 2021, there was a staff climate survey put together and presented to the board. And the results were never discussed until a few board members felt as if it was okay to go into the teachers' lounge and try to discuss their concerns with the teachers who were on break and commented anonymously. Again, another intimidation tactic. Like the board meeting attack a few weeks ago. Not the role model I expect to see on a school board for our children. It has to stop. The bullying, the micromanagement, the intimidation. Our teachers matter to us, to this town, and this town stands behind them. It's too bad that the superintendent is not. As the board, you work for the people. When will you do something to protect our teachers?
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Zach Forster. I have 2 daughters in the district, one that's in high school, one that's in middle school. And I don't know many people in the city, so I'm a transplant. Been here for a few years, though. And I just wanted to take a different angle at this topic. Some things that have been concerning for me, for my daughters, have actually kind of resonated within our household lately. Kind of makes me shake just thinking about it. But anyways, I have a daughter in the high school who has 6 classes, and full-time, 2 of those classes are unattended by a full-time teacher. Okay? So, amongst me traveling internationally every week, I come home and I have to teach geometry every week. Okay? This is a problem. I have a background in secondary education in mathematics, but that's not my job, right? I have 2 full-time jobs now. I'd just like to state that it's unacceptable to have no educators placed into key areas of education. There's a reason our high school had, by your statistics, a 5% math, MET, benchmark for the SAT, okay? So please make note, we need to fill our open positions. There's another example I have, but I won't go into the specifics of the teacher. But where I'm going with this, I'm kind of taking a pragmatic approach, and we need to retain teachers, right? So I've heard a lot of similar messaging, but retention is a little scary within this district. So can you put together some type of analysis of what our attrition rate is, comparatively speaking, to the other schools within Macomb County? Can that be published so that the parents within the room, the people that you want to go to for bond approval or whatever it may be, all your approvals, we can actually understand how does our teaching staff get retained comparatively speaking. That would be an ask. And secondly, I think to Danielle, to your point, it's hard as a teacher to think that it's sufficient to receive $100 as a one-time payout, or 1%, which I think you said was $114, I might be off, but I think there needs to be something in perpetuity, okay? I'm not saying it has to be drastic, but if we have such a high retention issue, we need to look at perpetuity options. If 1% equals $100 and some odd thousand a year, your fiscal budget for expenditures is $304,000 before you, to your own word, you add in extra expected student revenue. We should be able to give something in perpetuity. Our teachers are the primary focus here. Our children are educated by their teachers and the rest of the staff, to your point. I know, Margaret, you had mentioned that. But can we look at something in perpetuity? It shouldn't be that hard when we pass the millage as a district over $30 million to afford 1% as a perpetuity initiative. So just please consider that. I'm having a hard time with my daughters. They're having a hard time in the school. I want to take pride in the school. There's a lot of parents that do as well. Just consider the whole umbrella here. Instead of us all just talking about the problems, let's actually find solutions, because that's what these meetings are supposed to be.
Hello. First, I would like to thank everyone who could be here tonight. I'm including both sides. Our kids are so blessed to have that kind of passion fighting for them. For those who don't know me, I'm Amy Steyer, an active member in the Richmond community and school system. In my house, I can guarantee things like love, equality, and inclusion. Everyone deserves respect and to feel safe in their surroundings, including school. The moral standard, this basic human right to all children should have the right to feel comfortable in a bathroom at school. Now, these are some of the things I don't understand. The argument is that certain children have the right to feel comfortable in the bathroom they identify as, regardless of anatomy. And the argument is that should be accepted and tolerated. If not, the words intolerance, bigot, homophobe, hate, discrimination are then used. Now, if a child who does not feel comfortable in a bathroom with someone that has the opposite anatomy as them, they don't feel comfortable, the words hate, bigot, homophobe, discrimination, and intolerance is used. So why is one allowed to feel comfortable and the other is not? And why does it always come back to intolerance, hate, homophobe, being a bigot, and discrimination? Why can't it be one wants to be comfortable in a bathroom they identify, and the other wants to be comfortable in a bathroom affiliated with their born sex? I don't care what you identify as, and I don't think most students do either. What we want is students comfortable. Why is that so hard to ask without the words hate, discrimination, intolerance, and bigot used? Why is that the ones screaming hate, intolerant, words like bigot and discrimination are the ones spreading hate and intolerance and not an understanding for all children? Why does it just have to be just this way? I'm over the me, me, me mentality. I'm tired of the divide and so quick to assume something because it doesn't fit your narrative. We have come to a time in our society where if you stomp your feet, scream and yell, and use words like hate, bigot, racist, discrimination, you get exactly what you want. That is the definition of intolerance. Why is it we have to tiptoe around other feelings, but they can dance all over ours? I will give an example of tolerance and equality from the opposing side. I found this directly from the page of the Rise UCC Face group. We need your strong presence in support of the Richmond LGBTQIA students as they face false, bigoted rhetoric from so-called parent right groups. That right there just explains what I just stated. And I assure you, I am no part of a bigoted so-called parents group. And I have one more question. Does my body, my choice apply to abortion, or does it also apply to a girl feeling uncomfortable on her period in a bathroom with a penis?
You go, girl.
So my name is Christina DeBlau, and I have 3 daughters in the Richmond schools. We chose Richmond schools as school of choice. I actually live on the border of Richmond and Armada. And, you know, I think as everybody knows, Armada is a very good school. They have great scores, I mean, comparing what I saw today. And so, you know, looking at the fact that my children wanted to come to Richmond schools, they are the ones that advocated to be in this school. And we supported them on that choice to be in Richmond schools. We spent a good portion of our time in Richmond community. And so as the time has gone on, the last 3 years that my daughters have been in this district, 2 in the high school, 1 in the middle school, we've had some wonderful teachers, some wonderful principals. I think over the last couple of years, my husband and I both said on numerous occasions, this was a really good choice. This was a good choice for them, for our family. It was a great school. I couldn't have had any more good things to say about the teachers in this school. I mean, it's just been phenomenal. And in a sad token, here we are now in this beginning of the school year, and I've lost, you know, our principal to Armada schools, which that was fabulous. We lost our AD, who was phenomenal. We just lost the middle school principal. My daughter's being asked to share bathrooms with boys. And when situations have come up where my daughter has felt threatened, and I brought it to the school, I was told basically to deal with it. That it's about the fact that the other individual is uncomfortable. Not that my daughter isn't uncomfortable using a restroom with a biological male. It's the fact that that person needs to be comfortable. We aren't looking at what everybody thinks and feels. We're only looking at one select group, a very small portion of our school. And so when I asked the question of, well, what bathroom are they supposed to use? And it's supposed to be, I guess, the unisex bathroom for my daughter if she's not comfortable. And yet, that bathroom wasn't even in working order, which if you're going to use that as an option, I would suggest it be working. Now those are up and functioning, so that's great. However, we only have, what, one or two of them, and they get 5 minutes in between classes, if that, to go to their lockers. So when they want to go to that one single bathroom that is in use, if they're late to their classes, then 5 minutes late to their classes, they then get marked as absent. Not tardy, but absent. And so now my daughters, who are uncomfortable using the main restroom, which was intended for biological females, is now holding it because they're not comfortable going to the bathroom. So they're holding all day long till they get home, and then they're in pain, they're uncomfortable, they're coming home, finally using the restroom because they don't feel safe or comfortable to use the bathroom in the schools. And that is absolutely unacceptable. I don't understand, my husband doesn't understand, I think numerous parents don't understand why this wasn't thought out differently in the front end. We all agree that we want everyone to feel comfortable. I want everybody to feel safe, including children that identify as a different gender. But it needs to be set up in a way, and it should have been thought out differently, to have maybe invested the money on the front end to do whatever needed to be done to ensure everybody was in a safe environment, that they were in a private environment, that they felt comfortable. There was plenty of restroom spaces to do that. And instead, we rolled this out real quick and didn't even notify any parents. It was just, boys are in the bathroom now. And so when girls are going to the bathroom and looking and seeing a boy stand using the restroom, it is a very uncomfortable feeling. And I think that needs to be taken into account. Everybody should be comfortable, including our biological females. They should not be left to feel like they have to hold it all day long, get bladder infections or urinary tract infections, because I don't know if you have the funds to pay for all of our bills for taking them to the doctors. And, as parents, I think that, we all want to be supportive of all of children. We want everybody to get a great education. We're tired of losing good teachers and principals. And now the idea of having to share a restroom with a biological boy is intolerant for us to feel that my daughter has to be uncomfortable in that environment.
My name is Amanda Spears. I'm a new parent to this district, but I'm definitely no stranger to this format. I don't know any of you, I don't know any of the parents or teachers in this district. I transferred my children here to your district from Port Huron schools because of multiple issues that we encountered there over the past few years. I did my research. I researched a ton of schools after we withdrew from Port Huron, and we decided that this district seemed like the best fit for our family. What does that mean? We utilize school of choice. I drive my children to and from school every day from Port Huron. Not only school, athletics. I have soccer players, cheerleaders, wrestlers, tracks. They run track. I have kids on Honor Society. My kids are across the board in every activity you could ask them to be in. I transferred 5 kids to your district because we felt it was safer here than at home. Imagine my surprise when one of my girls came home and told me about the problems in the bathrooms. She is afraid to use the bathroom at school. Upon further discussion, she disclosed to me that there is a male student using the women's bathroom that does not even close the stall door all the time and makes her uncomfortable. She will walk to the locker room to use the restroom because she is not comfortable using the traditional bathrooms in this building. I know she's not the only student that is uncomfortable. I have heard from several of her new friends. Please tell us how it is okay to make an entire student body uncomfortable to make one student comfortable.
Hello, my name is Grace Moore. I wanted to come up here today and stand in solidarity with some of the members that I see supporting the LGBT community. I am gender nonconforming, and with the group in this room, I ask that you open your ears and just listen to me with an open mind and open heart. A few of the parents that have come up here have suggested creating a bathroom space that will make all students feel safe. A lot of the parents that have come up here tonight, to me, sounded like they were willing to compromise in this, to create a safe space for people like me and a safe space for their children who don't want to be using the bathroom with someone who has different anatomy than them. I understand this is a really sensitive topic in schools when we're talking about kids, right? So I want to share my own story. I once worked for an employer, and at that point in my transition, I looked very masculine. My employer demanded that we use the bathrooms that were assigned by our biological sex. So one day I was washing my hands after I had finished, and a cis female, who appeared to be a cis female, walked into the bathroom and saw me from behind. I was just washing my hands, and when I turned around, the look in her eyes, like she was so terrified to be in that space with me. And I was hurt by that. I was hurt that I had to be standing in her space when I wanted to be in the other room, but I wasn't allowed to be. And that she was hurt because she felt that I was in her space. And the only thing that I wanted right in that moment was to have a private space where I didn't have to worry about running into someone else. And so I think there's a place where we can compromise here, because if you Google the rates of a transgender person who has sexually assaulted or aggressively assaulted another person in the bathroom, there are 0 reported cases of that happening. However, transgender people are 4 times more likely to be assaulted in bathrooms and private spaces. So myself, when I choose to use the bathroom, I want to be alone, because I don't know who I'm going to end up in that stall with, in that bathroom with, right? I want a single stall, closed door with a lock. And I'm here to advocate for the students of the Richmond Community Schools that they also have the opportunity to have a single stall, closed door bathroom to use, because it can be really uncomfortable for those trans students as well. And that they have an ample amount of time between classes to get to whatever bathroom that is allocated to be a single stall, open gender bathroom. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Donna Kalinsky, and I have 3 granddaughters in the Richmond School District. I'm going to take a different avenue here off of the topic that's been discussed all evening. I'd like to bring up the parking situation at the elementary school. The reason I bring this up is because occasionally I do pick up my 3 grandchildren, and parking and traffic over there is a big safety issue. Again, this gentleman over here says we have a problem, we look for solutions. Maybe the solution to this is to have a one-way, maybe a loop. You know, take a look at your parking lot and the situation at hand and try to find a solution to that. I don't know if any children have been injured in this. There could be, but this is why I'm bringing it to the table tonight. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bo Brockett. I'm from the class of 2015. Back when I was here at Richmond, I was in the band, the choir, I was a co-captain of the cross-country team, co-captain of the distance track team, NHS. I'm the 3rd generation to come to Richmond schools and graduate from them, and I'm the 5th generation to be in the general Richmond area. We have family in Armada, Memphis, Burville, etc. And in 2015, 13 or so, I started coming out as gay to some of my friends, select friends, and then about 5 to 6 years later, I was able to fully officially come out. And I wanted to just put all of that out there today for 2 reasons. First, it's to say, to prove that transgender people, that non-binary people, that queer people are not some foreign group of people coming in to infiltrate the schools. We've been in here for decades, whether we were out in Richmond community schools or not. We are here right now, and we always will be. And I also wanted to talk about my personal experience, just to show that we are talking about human beings here, not people who are less than human, not non-existent threats, people who are walking through our school right now, and people who will be walking through our school in the future. The decisions that we make around transgender students, and when it gets by the attitudes in the room, potentially non-binary and queer students, now and in the future, are going to be felt by the teachers who have to see those students potentially struggle mentally, emotionally, maybe even physically, through bullying, through self-doubt. Our students are going to have to see those students suffer. They may become friends with those students before they come out, and then have a similarly changed attitude toward them when they do. And then we as parents are going to have to like see those kids as they come out and as they graduate through our school system. So this is all to say that these are real live people that we are talking about here, and they're people who are never going to go away no matter what policy we make to attempt to bar that from happening. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Pepper. I'm a recent addition to the Richmond community. I have 2 children who go to school, one at the middle school, one at the elementary school here. My wife and I, when we were getting reassigned out here, fell in love with the Richmond area. The city itself is beautiful. The schools are very nice overall from what we could see from the outside looking in. Over the last week, my wife brought it to my attention that there were some parents coming together to express their concerns. It's issues that I had heard about, and I am not one to individually speak on. However, when it comes to the transgender populace here in Richmond, as we do look towards crafting solutions, and I do not envy the position any of you on the school board are in right now, I ask that we please consider the needs of these individual transgender students. My sister came out as trans a couple of years ago, and it was very hard for her because even though we grew up in a fairly progressive area up in New England, if you couldn't tell by the hat, she endured a lot of hateful comments, death threats. It was very painful for me as her brother to watch her go through this. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody else. Because as much as there are people who say that it's not about hate, it is. I ask that we look towards educating our children and ourselves so that we can better support other individuals, our fellow human beings, simply because, as the previous speaker alluded to, they're not going to go away. They've been members of our community. They're going to continue being members of our community. And we need to support them just we need to support our own children. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Haley Fortuna. I'm a proud alumni of Richmond Community Schools. I attended here K through 12, graduated in 2018, and it wasn't long ago that I was student rep on this school board, so it's nice to see you all again. Unfortunately, I wish it was under better circumstances. I have heard a lot of hate and disrespect spewed this evening, Hate is what it is, so hate is what I'm going to call it. And I believe it's derived from a lack of education and a fear of what is not understood. So I'm going to start with this because this is what's most important. If you're an LGBTQ plus student here at Richmond Community Schools, I need you to know that I'm a resident here, an alumni here, and a voter here, and I support you, I love you, I see you, and I hear you, and you deserve to be respected, and you deserve to be safe. So since that's, the most important part to me, but since some people in our community seem to be confused, I will share some of this information. I'm a law student currently at Wayne State. So Grimm v. Gloucester County School Board. I encourage everyone to go home and read this opinion yourself. The 4th Circuit Court of Appeals, that's a federal court, ruled in favor of Gavin Grimm, a transgender man who sued his Virginia high school for barring him from using the boys' restroom. The U.S. Circuit Judge Henry Floyd wrote in his majority opinion, quote, "At the heart of this appeal is whether the equal protection in Title IX can protect transgender students from school bathroom policies that prohibit them from affirming their gender. We join a growing consensus of courts in holding that the answer is resoundingly yes. Additionally, it's transgender students who are statistically unsafe in public bathrooms. A Harvard study found that 36% of transgender or gender non-binary students with restricted bathroom or locker room access reported being sexually assaulted. I encourage the school board to protect and support transgender students and all students who are members of the LGBTQ plus community, all students in general. And I encourage everyone here tonight to think about how your words may impact others in your community. Because whether you like it or not, we're a part of this community too. And finally, I encourage everyone, myself included, to go home and continue to educate yourself on how to be a better community member and how to better support people that are part of the LGBTQ plus community, as well as anyone else who doesn't look like you, think like you, or fall into this heteronormative cisgender narrative that you would like to paint. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Lang, and I'm a social worker in Macomb County. I am a sex education trainer and consultant with the Macomb County Intermediate School District. I am also a clinical administrator at Macomb County Community Mental Health, and I have been at Dakota High School as a social worker for 24 years, with my main job there being a 31A, which, by the way, we have to talk about 31N money because you can get a therapist to come in and see some of those kids and help your counselor. But to work with at-risk youth in the public schools for 24 years. And in the last 10 years, I would say most of my efforts have been spent trying to keep LGBTQ students alive. Because some of them would rather die than hear some of the things that people say about them trying to live a normal high school life, especially in Macomb County. It's a little bit rough here for some of them. And I want to say thank you so much to the school board. I also do not envy you for your difficult job here of trying to work through some potential growing pains here for folks who aren't sure what to make of some of these new things that are being brought to their attention. There's a lot of emotion in this room tonight, and there's a lot of really complex issues facing your community, and for that I am sorry, but I do applaud you sticking up for these students and helping them and working together with whatever solution you're going to come to, because it does protect kids. It saves lives in the long run, prevents suicide, and it also prevents drug use. So I just want to say keep working, keep talking. The ISD has supports for you if you need it, and kids, we're counting, they're watching us, and the LGBTQ people in your community are watching you and all the other adults to see if they're going to be welcome here or not, and I hope the answer is yes, that we'll figure it out all together. So thank you so much for your hard work.
can have my time.
I know, but if it's the
He's
young.
giving me his time, it's allowed.
No, it's not. You've already come
Two
up.
other people just.
They did it when you were up here. You cannot come back up.
You can have my time.
They won't
come
give me
back.
that.
Because she already went up
She's
there.
already been up here and she's already spoken.
Oh, here.
Way to go, board.
A law.
You guys.
Say it's following our open meetings act. It's called an open meetings act. We are required under the open meetings act. We are following those guidelines.
Good evening, my name is Katie McFarland. I have 2 kids that attend Troy schools, but I'm here tonight to support all the concerned parents in Richmond District. I'm very concerned about the policy that the Richmond School Board has implemented, allowing boys who identify as girls to use the girls' bathroom. This violates the dignity, privacy, and safety of all the girls in the Richmond schools who have every right to feel uncomfortable. And the same applies if a girl was trying to use the boys' bathroom, as our boys need that dignity and safety as well. Parents also need to trust that their children will not be put in harm's way. I understand that there was an incident where a boy who identifies as a girl harassed the daughter of a parent in the district. I truly hope that somebody is also getting this boy the help he needs, as the most abusive thing that any adult can do is affirm a child who says that they believe that they are in the wrong body. How can we do that to those children either? When a child approaches a parent and says, "Mom, Dad, I want to be a girl," or "I want to be a boy," the very first question that that parent should ask is, where? Where are you getting this information? You should be happy and proud of the way that God created you. Where? Gender dysphoria is a real thing. It is a mental illness. It is a small percentage of the population. More and more children today are starting to identify as transgender. Why? Why? It's because they're going on social media like TikTok. They're trying to find a community that they're getting gender pronoun surveys thrown at them. Sexualized content in the schools. I've seen this at Troy schools. My son, the second day of school, had gender pronoun surveys thrown at him. Stop confusing and harming these kids. Children's brains are not fully developed until about 25. Even at 25, we're still a little bit wet behind the ears. I know how I was at 25. Stop harming kids. Stop the abuse of children. This is harmful. I had plenty of gay friends growing up. I believe in anti-bullying. This has nothing to do with going against the LGBTQ community. This has everything to do with stopping the abuse of all kids. Our girls need to feel safe. Our boys need to feel safe. And if a kid is feeling confused, there is obviously a reason for that, and that kid needs help. The worst thing these adults can do. And these gender transition surgeries, are you kidding me? All these hospitals that are performing gender transition surgeries on minors, these people should be locked up for harming kids, and I am done with it. This has to stop now. Thank you.
I'd come up here and give another different approach. Last week, 2 weeks ago when I attended this meeting, Ms. Mishon, at the very end of it, after a few parents spoke on the issue, you told the small group that was here to, correct me, that number 5106, student policy number?
Yes.
That was the most transparent that this board ever was in that issue. On, I believe it was November the 5th, and then the following Tuesday, November the 22nd, it was voted on and passed by this board. Ms. Sutton, Ms. Toto, Ms. Zube, Ms. Michan voted and passed that, and it was, the term transgender was never even stated in that board meeting. I would love to know how that's possible, because we want to, this board works for us, this community, and to not be transparent on an issue as that, as you can tell with the room full behind, is a hot button issue. It's not rocket science. It is, you were born a man, you use a man's bathroom. You were born a woman, you use a female's bathroom. I do not wish any ill will on any student, however young or old. We want them to feel comfortable, everyone can. I believe taxpayer dollars were used to create 2 unisex bathrooms in this high school to make such individuals comfortable, to not use it for activist groups to come into the community and preach that we are bad people. Everyone here is looking out for the best for their child in the school district. My wife and I pulled our children from this district with an opportunity to homeschool, and it saddens me to see us, this room this full, over an issue such as stupid as this. You were born a man, you use the men's bathroom. You were born a woman, you use the woman's bathroom. End of discussion.
I'm sorry.
Hard to follow Jim and Sean. I'm Kelly. You all know who I am.
Please say your name.
Kelly. I said my name. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to start by saying we are not hateful. I don't know where this keeps coming from. We are not hateful. We are not bigots. We are not homophobes or phobes of any type of thing or whatever. I want every single student to be comfortable coming to school, comfortable going to their classrooms, comfortable doing whatever they have to do in the bathrooms. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So I decided on my own to put a parent survey together. I wasn't really sure how it was going to go over. I had 68 parents actually reach out to me and request the survey for their high school students, specifically high school students only. As of 5 p.m. today, I had 72 surveys returned, and this only went out on Friday. I'm going to just give a real quick overview of what the survey was. The first question was asked if they were aware of the situation that occurred. 97% of the students said they were. I asked if they had been personally affected by it. 29% of the students that responded, again, 72 students responded, 29% said that they were personally affected by this. So then I asked, how would you feel, or how have you felt if a student of the opposite birth gender was in your bathroom? 71% said they would feel uncomfortable. 17% said they would feel unsafe. Less than 1% said they were unsure. And less than 1% said there was no problems. My fourth question was, do you think the school board should allow students of opposite birth genders to use any bathroom they wish? 10% said yes. They believe that students can use whichever bathroom with which they identify. 82% said no. Less than 1% said unsure. Less than 1% said they don't care. And then I furthered that question with, what about the locker room? I gave a little bit of different answers here. 89% answered to my not cool. Less than 1% said unsure. 1% said don't care. Just for statistical purposes only, I asked them what their gender was. 64% of the students that took the survey were female. And then at the very end, I asked if they had any personal encounters or thoughts that they wanted to share. So I'm going to go ahead and share some of these thoughts with you. I did this through SurveyMonkey. It was completely anonymous. I have no idea who sent these things to me. I am a female who has a period. I feel very uncomfortable and violated when I'm in a stall putting a tampon in while I can see
this transformed girl through the cracks of the stall standing in front of me. Remember, these are students, these aren't adults with, adult language and skills. I'm just reading what they sent me. The second one, I have a friend who was in the girls' bathroom while a trans student was in there, and the exact test I got from her was help. He's in here. I, as a friend, am not comfortable with the guy making my friend so uncomfortable that she texted me asking for help. The unisex bathroom should be for kids that don't identify with their birth gender. The next one, don't like this at all. Each student's born gender should be the restroom they use. I feel a transgender should use the unisex bathroom because I don't feel safe. Have them use the unisex bathroom so no one is feeling uncomfortable. This person says he's concerned about the risk of exposure and possibility of getting in trouble for an accusation that did not occur as having occurred in other schools. So this would actually be the flip side of it, a female in the boys' bathroom. Another student said you can only go into the bathroom as what private parts you have. Then a single bathroom should be assigned for students who are transgender, which we have the unisex. This is very disturbing. Oh, this was obviously a parent who did this. It was supposed to be for students. Not every parent can follow directions. This is very disturbing as a parent. I'm so uncomfortable with sending my daughter to school if they allow this to occur. One student just commented, clean four corners. I don't know what that means. I'm not in school. I was in the bathroom and a guy was in the hallway claiming he was gay and he also wanted to go into the girls' bathroom. They should have a separate bathroom for these students so they are safe and also other students in the main bathroom feel comfortable. It needs to stop, not okay. It makes me feel extremely uncomfortable when he looks at me in the girls' bathroom. A single bathroom should be assigned for students who are transgender. Bathrooms are designed for anatomy. They gave the words, I'm not going to, there's children in here. Use the bathroom for the body part you have, not the part you want. My daughter said it's not, obviously another parent, my daughter said it's not an issue. The unisex bathrooms are always full of kids vaping. So there's another issue we can talk about at another board meeting. Your time's up. Okay, thank you.
Do you want more time, Kelly?
No, I'm really good, thank you.
So I'm Beth, I've been here multiple times. I just wanted to call out the reporter Nicole Tuttle, who I believe in her article about me in The Voice, I was everything but a normal parent. So I will correct her so that she can record today and go ahead and write about me for tomorrow. That would be great. I love free publication. So I have a son that goes to school here for correction. I'm worried about my son. I'm part of the LGBTQ community. I have a daughter over there who is lesbian, proud, great, not a bigot, not a homophobe. My fear is literally creating more sexual assault victims. My fear is you guys not protecting these children. If a teacher knows and was in the care plan that Mr. Wamsley had talked about, I'm medical, so maybe you don't call it a care plan. That's what I call it. So teacher A is in there, knows about the care plan, knows about said boy transitioning into a female, goes into the female bathroom, but teacher B wasn't in there, and teacher B sees it. How's teacher B supposed to know? So now we have a teacher that has no idea that this kid's supposed to use the bathroom, but he's scared to say anything because, oh my God, it's against the law, which it's not. Case law is not law. So how are you going to distinguish which kids can use that bathroom on your care plan, on your case? How does all of the teachers know this? And again, case law is not the federal law, you guys. It's time that the parents stand up. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deacon Michelle Fox Phillips from Metropolitan Community Church of Detroit. I am a person of faith. I've heard a lot tonight. One thing I will debunk, someone mentioned in Virginia that a boy identifying as being trans raped a girl. In the Washington Blade, the mother of the accused says no, her son is straight. So this is a false narrative. I also want to bring up the fact is gender dysphoria has been ruled by a judge as being part of the ADA, American Disabilities Act. So this would apply to the school board and to the school. I also agree, if you're going to use single stall bathrooms, make more than one available and make it for all students, not just the trans. Because if you just make it for trans, you're outing that student. And that is not right. And you're putting that student in danger. Something else, let me bring this up. 52%. This is an article in Forbes last year in 2021. 52% of all trans and non-binary young people in the United States seriously contemplated suicide. This is unacceptable. Gender, most people know what their gender is, not by TikTok or not by YouTube. They know by the age of 3 or 4 on how they identify. They may not be able to express it at that age, but when they get 10, 11, 12, and they're entering puberty, that's when they will probably identify as being trans. Myself, I knew at 3 something wasn't right. But when I was 11 or 12, I started to identify as being a female. So gender is not defined by sexual organs. There are many different genders other than the binary of male and female. You have individuals that are intersexed. What about them? What about the students that present as male, but then go into the women's bathroom and then they get harassed even though they are cisgendered female? So you got to look at all aspects of gender, not just the male binary of male and female. There is more than one gender. And you have to respect, and you have to care about each and every student that goes to your schools, whether it be junior high, elementary, or high school. Thank you.
Nicely said.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Renew, and I am a parent in this district. And we are obviously not here tonight to debate public mental health or what is right in the eyes of God. After all, we are talking about our public school system, and he was taken out of this equation a long time ago. But I am here to talk about rights and to advocate for the rights of the hundreds of biological females in our district who also deserve a voice and a safe space to take care of their most fundamental needs. Being a biological and identifying female myself, I want to remind you why our bathrooms were separated in the first place from the physiological standpoint. Potential safety issues aside, there are things that go on in a girl's bathroom that a biological male will never understand. Regardless of any hormone replacement or surgery performed, the part of the menstrual cycle in which blood comprising uterine lining leaves the body cannot be experienced by people who do not have ovaries and a uterus. And I am confident that every biological female in this room has at some point in her life found herself in an embarrassing situation where the first thought on that girl's mind was inevitably focused toward a safe and private space to go clean up, and that space has always been the girls' bathroom. So I want to know what Richmond Schools is going to do to ensure a safe space for that young woman to also feel safe and comfortable. And it seems in all of this, there's only one way to ensure equality and fairness for all of our students. And unfortunately, that means taking taxpayer money from our people and programs, which we obviously need, to build equal, gender-neutral, private, personal stalls and locker room changing areas. So I'm asking you, the board, to please make it a budget priority to transform all male and female bathrooms into safe unisex restrooms with single-user cubicles containing all the necessary safety features and fixtures for private grooming, as well as communal wash basins that will need to be in open and highly visible spaces that can be easily monitored to ensure a safe and comfortable environment for all of our students. That said, in the meantime, it sounds like it would be in the best interest of the board and of our students to possibly hire some full-time bathroom attendants to ensure a safe environment while we wait for this situation to be rectified. But before I go, I want to say for the young people who are caught in the middle of this, while I am not for a biological male sharing the restroom with my daughters, I am for you, and I believe that there is a God, and He is for you too, and He designed you perfect as you are and for a purpose. And I am praying you receive this message deep in your soul, and that if you need a truly safe space, know that this mama is here for you. Thank you.
Well, some of you know who I am, Becky Brackett. I was not going to speak because I hate doing this, but I wanted you to know there's a parent in the school district who is very grateful that you passed this trans policy. I have three kids that graduated from Richmond. I have a senior at the high school. My two oldest children are part of the queer community. My daughter's dating a non-binary trans person, and I just know how hard it is for people to come out, for people to be who they are. And people saying it's outsiders coming in. I'm going to reiterate what my son said, because that was my son. I'm very proud of him, and he's an awesome young man, as all my kids are. That I graduated from here, my sisters, my mom, my grandpa was on the school board, my dad went to St. A's until senior year when they closed the high school, and then he went to Armada. So this is not outsiders coming in. These are real people who are dealing with real things, and it's really, really sad that there's not more parents up here standing up for these kids. And I want them all to know that my house has a big rainbow flag, and my husband and I, Coach Brockett, we are there for you if you need anybody. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for doing it, and I hope you did it for the right reason, not because you had to, because you truly care about these kids. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I bring you greetings. I still haven't moved here. My car just keeps coming this way. I appreciate what you all are going through. I just appreciate you.
I'm sorry, man. Can we get your name, please?
I apologize. Cynthia Thornton.
Thank you.
And I'm probably going to surprise some people by saying I have great empathy for these parents. So I'm going to speak to the parents through the board, if that's okay. I think many of you forget what school is for. School is to prepare students for the world. If they're going to stay in a community that wants to be monolithic, that does not invite diversity, that chooses not to understand, that simply is dug in, okay. I don't know that that's the reputation Richmond wants, but okay. The reality is that your children are going to go out into the broader world. And in that world, there'll be people like me, of a different race, of an entirely different background, who happens to be LGBT. But here's what we all have in common. All of us. We all have a gender identity. But when your gender identity conforms to what society has taught you, you have absolutely no reason to think about it. It simply is. And you expect everybody else to be the same because nobody has told you that there can be a difference. And that in that difference, it is still a human being that we're talking about. I can tell you, as someone who has lived the experience, people don't wake up one day and say, oh, I think I just want people to hate me today. I want people to talk about me bad. I want my life to be threatened. Why don't I try that? I got nothing else to do. Why don't I try that? Identifying who you are when you don't see yourself, to say it's one of the hardest experiences in the world doesn't even begin. When I was growing up, trans was not even a thing. It wasn't that transgender people didn't exist, it just wasn't part of the lexicon of conversation. You had a whole bunch of other words, inappropriate and derogatory. And by the way, it is so incredibly disrespectful and hurtful. So for all the parents who have talked of love and inclusion and all these other things, when you intentionally misgender somebody, that is not love. That is not diversity. That is not inclusion. So when you ask why people are using words like hate and bigot, that's kind of why. If somebody tells you who they are, it's not, let's vote on that and see if we agree. Somebody is sharing with you their truth. And it's up to you to respect that. If you choose not to, then the adjectives that are being attributed to you are probably proper. It costs you nothing. And remember, we're talking about children, not infants, but young people. It costs you nothing to respect their humanity.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
So sorry. Thank you very much for your time. Peace and love, y'all. Peace and love.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Tufnell. I'm here as a member of Richmond community. I have a letter here on behalf of Mrs. Minnie, so I am using my 3 minutes to read this. I have known Keith Bartels for over 15 years. This is a man that gave himself to the students, his staff, and the district. He bled blue, as they like to say. Keith brings his children to watch his former student, my son, Gino Minnie, play hockey for the Port Huron Prowlers. Keith is a wonderful administrator, educator, friend, and human. The actions taken by Mr. Walmsley against Keith are abhorrent. Mr. Walmsley, your attempts to cover up your poor behavior by sending a preemptive letter to parents is laughable. Mr. Bartels would never have voluntarily left this district. There is a reason for his resignation, and hopefully that will be revealed shortly. Lastly, high turnover impedes student performance and diverts resources away from efforts to improve schools. It places large numbers of inexperienced, less effective teachers in classrooms, resulting in increased recruiting, hiring, and training budgets. This board needs to take action and stop the bleed. I suggest you allocate some of the money you allocated earlier to buy Mr. Walmsley out of his contract and stabilize stabilize this district for the betterment of our students. Richmond Community Schools has a policy, a handbook. And you guys are big on policy, I'm seeing. Policy 5207 is bullying. I think I've seen enough and heard enough tonight to know there's a lot of bullying that's going on around here. Not just from Mr. Wamsley, possibly from other board members. Ms. Michon, as president of the school board, could you please look into the policy of bullying and take it upon your own people what you would do for students in this district? Bullying is not accepted, period. I don't understand. Help me understand why it's being allowed here. So, have a good evening.
Hi, my name is Sheila, and I am not from Richmond. I'm actually from Southern Macomb. I homeschool my son. And I'm not going to reiterate a lot of what was talked about. What I am going to talk about is how the parents keep getting ignored by the school boards in this state. You guys cannot make decisions without including the parents, especially about something as difficult as sexuality. Having a boy that has a penis walk into a woman's restroom is a recipe for disaster. That doesn't mean I'm a bigot. It doesn't mean I'm hateful. It means I was raped by a man. Okay? So I have experience behind this. I would never want my child, no matter what, no matter how they identify, to be uncomfortable. I think you've heard from many of the people here that you need to start having a dialogue with the parents. The academics that we've seen in the slides show us your district is not doing well. And I wonder why you haven't taken it upon yourself, because you as a board get to hire the superintendent, why you haven't brought up a resolution to fire your superintendent.
Yes. Yes.
This is a possibility for you, and I suggest that you really look at it, because the elections are coming up and they have consequences. There's people that are going to be voting based on what they've seen tonight. And I can tell you, the board's going to change.
The board needs to change.
For Trump?
I just want to make sure that I have everything that I have in here. My biggest thing is you need to be talking to the parents. You need to open the dialogue with them about this transgender bathroom and any other future topic that's going to involve sexuality. This is not a topic that just needs to be voted on underneath the guise of COVID. It needs to be talked about, sent home, letters, topics, discussions, meetings, even if you have to form committees to talk about what needs to happen. You heard a lot of great suggestions here tonight from everyone, from the transgender side and from the parents that are concerned. Take those back with you to your meetings that you have and really start to think about what you need to do for the parents of this district to bring them back into the district. Because if you don't, you're not going to have a district. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and board members. I'm Jeff Yarrick. I'm the state representative that covers the 33rd House District, which includes much of the Richmond Community Schools. You know, just a few tidbits. I like to stop into the school board meetings from time to time. I will tell you that, you know, but in a number of the comments that were made, there were some things that made me a little uncomfortable because 17 years on the city council and 6 years in the legislature, I've always encouraged people to debate the issue and not the person. And I give the city council a lot of credit that while I was on there, and with Mayor Ricks and the rest of the council members, have always followed that view. I will say that this idea that we are attacking people because, say that just because they have a different idea than you, and say, well, they must hate me. I heard very respectful discussions of, I'm a girl dad. Apparently that's the title now. I have 2 little girls at home. Apparently that's my title, girl dad. Very proud to be a girl dad. And I heard a number of parents of girls share their, you know, their feelings about it. I didn't hear any comments of hate. And it's disturbing to me that I think that, clearly as a state representative, I am involved in many dialogue from the left's view to the right's view. So I encourage people to move away from this, well, if you don't agree with me, you must hate me. People shared their honest feelings about what their daughters feel. And as a man who's been married for 12 years, I recognize that I don't understand everything my wife feels. Nor will I ever. And we should respect that. And I don't make fun of my wife in that. I'm saying that I will never understand what a woman goes through. I, however, should respect the fact that I will never understand and be understanding of my not understanding. So I want to bring that back. One little tidbit is that a comment was made about the 4th Circuit. I am an attorney, so I will share with you that we are not in the 4th Circuit, we are in the 6th Circuit, and 4th Circuit decisions aren't binding on the 6th, and that they're only persuasive. So if you're going to wield the sword of the 4th, keep in mind we don't live in the 4th. An issue was brought, and I know there's other case law debating this, so I just wanted to share with you, if you're going to cite the 4th, keep in mind it's not binding. An issue was brought to me, an argument that there was not equal funding. During my entire time as a state rep, I've advocated for additional school funding. I am a homeschool father. I get 0 per pupil funding. My wife and I are in negotiations right now for a raise. I'm offering a love increase. We'll see how that negotiation goes. But I will say that every year that I've still advocated for additional per pupil funding. And when I look down this list, Armada, Lance Cruz, Chippewa, New Haven, all of them got $9,150. All of them. There is equal funding, at least from the legislature. Now, some things vary at risk and so forth, and that varies, depends on your population. But we have done that. Additionally, we have put $500 million for infrastructure. You've already heard some of the grants that your superintendents brought up. $193 million for school safety, $52 million for lost learning, $1.4 billion to pay down teachers the pension debt. Because you know when the schools get their per pupil funding, they then have to pay back to the pension. But by us putting more money into the pension from the general fund, that actually will ultimately reduce your obligation to pay into the pension system, which frees up money for school kids. So I wanted to share with you. I additionally want to share that some people brought up the COVID dollars. Detroit got $24,000 per pupil. The city of Richmond, I should say, Richmond Community Schools got $2,000 per pupil. That was not a Michigan legislature decision. If you're disappointed or frustrated why a child in Detroit gets $24,000 and a child in Richmond gets $2,000, I encourage you to reach out to your federal legislators and ask why it's not equal. But as far as the Michigan legislature, we have provided that equality.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Do you need
more time?
I do, actually, just another minute.
Thank you.
The one thing I did want to wrap up with, and thank you very much for sharing that, is that I appreciate that the superintendent came to a parents' meeting where they were discussing these issues, and I stopped in to listen to the concerns. The superintendent brought up various thoughts of how we can resolve this regarding the bathrooms, various modifications that could be made. Tonight was discussed because you had budgeted on a per pupil funding, which ended up being a lot more because the legislature came through for a much larger per pupil funding than the initial, which you didn't budget on. You do have additional funds. I've listed, you see all the grant money, the pension money. So I would say that I believe that we have made those money. Now this money is not specific to creating bathroom issues, but I would say that yes, you have received additional funds. And as you were discussing various priorities, is that I believe in local control, but at least from a lot of the comments I've heard from my constituents, I think they would like some of these adapted, changing the bathrooms in some way that it accommodates everyone's feelings equally. So just wanted to raise, I thought it was important to know, since the money question did come up during that committee, during that meeting of parents, that there is additional funds that have flown to the district, and the district again tonight was discussing what they were going to do with them. So I think maybe this may be a priority that should be considered. Thank you very much.
Scott DeGlove. I'd like to thank Mr. Yarroch for coming tonight again. Madam President, thank you for giving everybody the extra time tonight. A lot of people went over 3 minutes, and we really appreciate that you didn't cut people off. This board has a lot of decisions to make. You can tell this is a pretty heated discussion. But I do want to say, first and foremost, there's no hate here. There's no hate. We don't hate any kids. We want all these kids to feel safe in their own skin, to feel safe in whatever they identify as. That's fine. It's not comfortable as a student to be scared to use a restroom on either side. So I just asked the board, this is not going to be fixed this week, we understand this. I asked the board if they would consider putting attendance in the restrooms that would at least make all the kids feel a little better. And that's it. It's very simple. Maybe it's not so simple. To me it sounds simple. I'm sure there's budget issues, there's things that have to happen, I understand that. But at least that would give the kids and the parents something to go on and feel a little bit better about using a restroom. Thank you.
Hello there, my voice is going to shake, my teacher voice is gone. My name is Ashley Mayhew. I have a 2.5-year-old and I have a preschooler, a kindergartner, and I just got a job as a 4th grade teacher last year. And it saddens me to see that none of us teachers can come up here to speak because we're scared. I was welcomed into this community, a lot of amazing people. And what I am hearing is that those teachers are out there looking for other jobs. I came into a wonderful community and I don't want to watch it crumble away. I don't know exactly what needs to be done, but it needs to be something. Anthony, as hasn't been put out there, has done an amazing job taking over, being more than an acting principal, and we all appreciate it. I just hope we can find a resolution. Good evening. My name is Amy Rohde. I'm the business agent with Teamsters Local 214. I represent 3 of your labor units in this district. But the one I'm here to speak to and represent tonight are your principals. I also want to share with you that for 30 years I worked in public administration, and for 8 years I served on the school board. And I completely feel the pain and the agony that you're going through. You have some serious issues in front of you, and I sincerely appreciate the work you're doing here tonight. But I'm here to talk about Keith Bartels. And I waited until the end because I wanted to bring it back, and I didn't want you to lose focus on the commitment that that man made to your school district for 24 years. You've heard the comments made tonight, and I'm not going to reiterate them. But I am going to add the rest of the story, because you may have forgotten or you may not know why Keith had to leave this district. In 2019, 9 administrators filed a harassment claim against your superintendent. 6 of those 9 administrators no longer work here. They no longer work here because they can't. They left the district. Keith is one of those 6. You have 3 remaining administrators here. How are you going to protect them from losing their jobs or being maligned and their reputation incriminated by a superintendent who doesn't have the confidence in himself to do the right thing? There is absolutely no excuse for this to continue on and on. You have a job to do.
Do it. Thank you. Hey, excuse me. We are not doing that here. We've asked everybody to be considerate of everybody. Please.
Good evening. For those that don't know me, my name is Bridget Good. I have 2 children in the school district, a 10th grader and a 7th grader. This is also my 10th year as a substitute teacher strictly in the Richmond School District. My 3rd year as the Coving building substitute assigned to the elementary school. I'm going to reiterate a few things that have already been talked about, but I have a lot of questions. At the last board meeting, it was stated that a new science teacher would be starting at the high school last Tuesday. I'm wondering if that actually occurred, because my daughter, who's a sophomore, still doesn't have a science teacher. I'm grateful to the substitute that's in there right now that came forward. However, it's my understanding that she's certified in social studies, and it's a chemistry class. There's been discussion in that classroom about her being somewhat limited in what she can do and when it comes to labs because of not having a certification. But again, it's chemistry, so it should be a lot of labs. It was also stated at the last board meeting that Mr. Wamsey was not ready to move teachers from one position to another based on their certifications just to fill openings, as he wanted to leave them where they were most passionate and most successful. That same week, we got the message about 2 secretaries being swapped out of the schools, and there were new postings for both an English teacher at the high school and a physical education teacher at the high school. And now, all of a sudden, my middle schooler has a substitute in 7th and 8th grade physical education that was previously taught by Coach Misko with no notification from the school of the switch. I happened to notice when I went into Power School to schedule conferences.
Sticking with the topic of teacher shortages, is the district still conducting exit interviews? I know this was asked earlier. And by exit interviews, not a survey via email, maybe a phone call or a face-to-face. And is the board aware of reasons for the employees deciding to leave the district? If several employees list the same reasons for leaving, whether it be pay, student behaviors, administration, etc., how are the problems being addressed to avoid more staff turnover in the future? When a long-term employee just up and quits with no notice, like at the elementary school last week, I can't help but wonder why. Finally, in the past, when there's been administrative turnover, stakeholders like myself were invited to be part of the final interview panel. After the Paula Doubtman disaster, I was invited to and sat on the panel when David Mangoni was hired. Is this still being done? And if not, why not? If it is being done, have there been persons included as part of the process outside of the administrative team and/or teachers? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Sabins. Solutions have been asked. I think I heard that the board is receiving a parking spot or a parking area. If that's true, those funds could be reallocated. Those funds could be reallocated to bathrooms, freeing up space for children to be in spaces where they are comfortable, where they could be in spaces where they felt they were safe. That's what this is about. Educators are here to keep students safe. We as parents entrust our children to you to keep our students safe. If I did not hear correctly about a board parking area, forgive me, but I think I heard that. You asked about, is there going to be plenty of handicap? That's important. But we also need bathrooms. We need bathrooms that are secure for individuals to use those facilities and not feel threatened because the opposite sex is standing beside them or kneeling beside them. Women, you need to feel comfortable. Men, you need to be comfortable. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Okay, being no other public comments, we will move on with our agenda. Our next item on our agenda is superintendent and legislative update.
I'll start with the legislative update. There were supplemental bills that were approved by the legislature on Wednesday, September 28th. The legislature passed Senate Bill 844, which basically was a $1 billion general fund supplemental budget. The largest portion was $850 million, which is allocated to strategic outreach and attraction reserves funds, which is to bring economic development to the state. This was signed into law on October 4th. With that bill that went to the governor's office was Senate Bill 842. This bill included $12 million for a literacy tutoring program and $200,000 for robotics competition. It also establishes the post-secondary scholarship fund with $250 million to begin funding the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It was presented to the governor on October 5th. Posting of constitutional text passed in both chambers. On Wednesday, the Senate passed House Bill 5703, which would require certain sections of the Constitution and school code pertaining to parental rights in administration boardrooms and offices of public schools. In debate, in the Senate bill, the bill was expanded to include posting and distribution to staff of the Michigan Department of Education and the State Board of Education. If passed, the bill is signed by the governor going into effect January 1st. It's on to the governor for consideration. The legislator is not expected to be back in session until mid-October, but more than likely may not be back until November. It depends on what comes up. At the county level, the September 10th board meeting, I provided the Board of Education listening audience information regarding the Macomb Intermediate School District will be asking voters in Macomb County for the special education bond proposal. Just a reminder, the purpose of this special ed bond proposal is to construct, renovate, and update facilities where Macomb County special education students go to receive specialized support services. Over the years, many Richmond students have attended these programs for all or part of their day, so our special needs population would directly benefit the passage of this bond. For more information, I encourage everybody to go to the district website where a link has been added to go right to the MISD's page where you can read more about this bond. At the last board meeting on September 26th, Jeff White, Chief of Richmond Lennox EMS Township, presented information on the smart millage renewal that will also appear on the November ballot. It's very important that the voters receive more information about this so they know exactly what they are voting for. District updates. This week, Parent-Teacher Conference will begin on Wednesday, October 12th, from 12 to 3 and from 5 to 8. And on Thursday, October 13th, from 12 to 3 and again from 5 to 8. Parents again will have the option of doing in-person or virtual conferences through Microsoft Teams. Information at Will L. Lee Elementary School is provided by Mrs. Manguni. Their World's Finest Chocolate fundraiser is in full swing. The funds earned support many of the initiatives that impact the students at Lee Elementary School. As you walk around Lee Elementary School, teachers are focusing on displaying student artwork, particularly seen during conferences, and they will be attaching the standards that they've been working on with the students on that artwork. Preschool had a great time through their trip had a great time on the field trip last week to Westview Orchard. The weather was great, which is a plus. From the middle school, Mr. Berkmeyer reports blue and white days are on Fridays. 4th and 5th grade teachers spent time with Mrs. Staples reviewing the critical math standards, as we talked about in some of the presentations today. The building is ready for conferences, and the staff is excited for parents to be attending conferences. Book fair supplies have arrived, and so they'll be setting up the book fair. And they have also completed their NWA testing. Mrs. Abel at the high school reports that this Wednesday, the PSAT and the NMSQT, which stands for the National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test, will be administered for all 11th graders this coming Wednesday. Justin's presentation to the class of 23 regarding caps and gowns and the class of 2025 class rings is upcoming, or was last week. They'll be returning on the 7th, which is last Friday, to collect in-person orders, and we'll continue to accept orders online. CT teachers met last Wednesday to establish procedures procedures for the upcoming year. Teachers brainstormed and are in the planning stage of a lot of great hands-on and engaging activities that will help grow the CT program. Teacher cadet students were trained and certified in CPR this week. They also received vector training in the areas of FERPA and bloodborne pathogens as they complete their first unit on safety. 20 students participated in Macomb's Manufacturing Day last week at L&L Products in Romeo. Students visited 6 stations in the manufacturing plant and it was extremely engaging for them through their experience. Grade 11, Mrs. Yates students took a walking field trip to the library where they registered and made sure they got library cards to promote literacy. Picture retake is tomorrow in the media center at the high school for any students needing to retake their pictures. Tomorrow, October 11th, the Richmond High School Marching Band will be performing at the MSBOA Marching Festivals at East China Stadium beginning at 7:15. Tickets are $3 for students. We wish the students and Mrs. Shack much luck as they compete tomorrow. Congratulations to Coach Kelly Mathis, who will be inducted into the Competitive Cheer Coaches Association of Michigan, the CCCAM Coaches Hall of Fame on October 29th at 5 p.m. at the Crown Plaza in East Lansing. Coach Kelly's dedication to student athletes, the program in Richmond schools, and this honor is well deserved, so congratulations to Coach Mathis. I talked with Board Member Cunningham regarding some questions regarding Power School. So I just want to clarify to the board and the city audience. Power School is a student data information system that's utilized by the district and all of Macomb County schools. Thousands of districts across the United States use Power Schools. And the questions regarding was who has access to that student data. So part of it I wanted to help understand. We chose Power School many, many years ago as part of a district or a countywide consortium in which all 21 districts chose to operate and house their student information, such as demographics, grades, attendance, etc. The benefits of using a consortium is the price savings to the district rather than buying it individually. If 21 districts are seeking it, we have a lot more, if you will, buying power because you're providing a service for 167,000 students in the county. They also provide IT support and professional development for those that are using Power School. The ISD has a countywide, many years ago installed their own countywide fiber optic system that links all 21 districts together. It has many filter systems at the county level as well as our own end with multiple firewalls. The personnel that have access to this information and student information, starting with the district, is only personnel that is pertinent to their position in the district or the MISD. The MISD has access to Richmond's Power School data under the following reasons. One, to troubleshoot system errors with our district personnel, to provide professional development for Richmond staff on using Power School. It sends mailings such as the International Academy of Macomb IAM information to current 8th graders or the Early College of Macomb information to 10th graders. But in order for them to access our student data, each superintendent has to grant permission to the ISD to be able to pull that information on behalf of the district. Another reason the ISD has access would be for pupil accounting audits. Although snapshots of documents and reports are often taken and submitted to the audit reviewers, the data that's stored in Power School that's sent to the state to comply with the audits is downloaded from Power School and then uploaded to the state's secure website. So the state doesn't have with Power School a direct connection. The vendor that produces Power School would only have access to student data if a session was set up that allowed them to see our student data, which we agreed to it. Baumgart is a remote solution that allows a technician to remotely log into a computer. Again, that's only used if we allow them to. So in essence, the Power School data is very secure. We're not allowing third-party vendors to use and access our student information. Finally, I'd ask Mrs. Staples to talk about some of the upcoming, or the things that has happened in the instructional department this past week or so.
So I'm like, obviously I'm very nerdy about instruction, but last week we began our half-day professional development with our 5th grade, 4th grade, 3rd grade, 2nd grade teams, and a lot of them are there. So thank you guys for all the great discourse and wonderful work. We're unwrapping our standards. We're identifying our critical standards because we know not all standards are, treated equally. Having those wonderful conversations and just trying to improve our math our math scores, and it's just really exciting stuff. And it was one or two of the best days I've had in this district. It was just so wonderful, so thank you guys.
Thank you. And with that, I have nothing else to report.
Next item on our agenda is our items from the board. I'll start with Candace. Anything you'd like to?
Moving forward after tonight, I would like to leave here with some sort of a plan on how we are going to communicate and discuss all that happened, whether we need to create, some form of a workshop of sort. Obviously, we have multiple things going on, so we would have to separate the two. or 3. But I do think that just letting the next 2 weeks go until we come back here is not, it should not be an option. I know we had already talked about having having some sort of a workshop in regards to the restroom issue after we had that meeting on Tuesday.
Was that just with the board or, well, it's open to the public, no matter.
Correct. If it's a workshop, it has to be open, right?
Anytime we meet with 7. It's got to be anytime with the board.
Yes. To discuss, for sure that topic, restroom topic. And I would prefer sooner than later. What is the time frame that we have to give the public if we set that up?
If we have a special
For a
meeting.
special meeting, it's not as long as a shorter time, but we would give it as much notice as possible, once you determine what day the board would be available.
Okay. For a workshop?
Correct.
Okay.
If there is a special meeting.
But generally, just 24 hours, is that 24 hours? Okay.
I'm not sure if everybody knows, but we're technically not allowed to meet all together to discuss anything unless it is considered an open meeting. So these types of things we have to create a situation.
We have to create a meeting.
Yeah, like a real workshop, which would include everybody if they wanted to come to it, right?
Wow.
The public as well.
Yes, it would be open
Yes.
to the public.
So you just put that out in an email, ma'am?
We put it out on our website, it's on our doors, it's posted.
Yes, it's on the website, and posted on all the blue boxes outside of every door. They're in the blue box.
But there's not a certain amount of time we have to.
24 hours.
The minimum.
Yeah, minimum 24 hours.
Quick question pertaining
I'm
to that.
sorry. If you just come see me afterwards, I'll answer it for you.
I think it pertains to everybody. It's really quick. When there's questions asked of you
We
guys,
do not answer questions back and forth with, we try not to. I know.
how do we get answers to what we've asked is what I'm asking.
What will happen is at the next board meeting, well, prior to that, if it's something addressed to the board, I will answer it. If it's something from Mr. Walmsley, he'll get a hold of you, and then we will restate it at the board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Sandy? I'm sorry, what's the other?
No, I mean, so we're gonna set that up then, or?
I'll have to check and see. I'll get back with you. Okay?
Okay. I mean, could we?
Because not every board member may want to do that.
Why don't we wait till everybody shares?
Okay.
And then we'll step back to it.
One suggestion that I had in terms of the Mr. Walmsley and Mr. Bartel's situation is, could we maybe do like a survey to the teachers, some sort of a questionnaire to them that would give us a direct link, a form of communication with them specifically, that they would not be judged, they would not be.
We already did one a couple of years ago. I'd have to go back and take a look at it. Did Danielle, you did? Yeah, Danielle did it. So we can have that discussion.
It's about a year ago.
Pardon me?
It was about a year ago.
We did that, right, we did it.
Well, I would like to have access to that information.
Oh, Danielle, can you give that information to?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Not right now, but.
No.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, because it was about a year ago we did it in the fall. Okay? Good? Sure. Sandy?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Some of us board members went to the Macomb County School Boards Association dinner where the Republican and Democratic candidates were asked a bunch of questions. And so we have these, we made some copies because we went to it, for each of the state board candidates that you guys will be voting on. So we brought these back. It's all 4 of the candidates. If you guys want, anyone wants to grab one of these before you vote. It's important. That's it.
Sandy?
Yeah, I did kind of type something up a little bit in regards to the meeting, all the comments from last meeting. I'm sorry, I feel like that's really loud. I just wanted to say, I personally listened to all parties' concerns at the last meeting. I wanted to let everybody know, I understand how hard it is to come up here and to speak in front of everyone. I'm certainly not very good at it either, and I appreciate everybody who did speak and who did share. I also watched the Zoom meeting that was held at City Hall regarding the concerns, because it is important to me to hear from everybody. One thing that I did hear parents suggest was that if this is a federal government law that's responsible for indicating that students can use whatever bathrooms that they identify with, and they should put their money where their mouth is and provide funding for public schools to make the proper building changes that would make everyone feel comfortable. As I know, there may be additional funding. It's not necessarily allocated for certain things. I know that as a community, as a school, we're going through a lot of changes here. Other surrounding schools and communities have already gone through these things. I understand that change is hard for people, but we all need to be just a little more understanding to everyone to work towards solutions that make all students feel comfortable. I believe that we can maybe learn from some of these other students and districts that have already had some similar issues come up. I heard parents ask about bathroom monitors. I'm under the impression that there already are bathroom monitors in bathrooms during the time between classes, and that there have been since well before this issue came up. I also believe that there are 2 unisex bathrooms that are available for all students to use. Additionally, I'm under the impression that possible solutions are, as I watched the meeting and whatnot, in regards to the bathrooms, we're to be making all the bathrooms just one single stall bathrooms, and or making stalls where the walls and the doors go from the ceiling to the floor, so that everybody feels safe using the restroom here at the school. So I just wanted to let you guys all know that I do hear all of you, as I think that safety for all students is certainly my top priority. I just don't know that asking the board to go against a law is quite the answer. It doesn't matter what each of our personal beliefs are. I mean, if it's a law, the bottom line is that we can change, even if we did change the policy, law is always going to overrule our policy. I just want to say that about that, but I have some other things as well.
Okay, go.
Hold on here, I got some notes. In regards to our board packet, I know that we have recently, well, since I've been back on board, we've gotten them on Fridays, and I'm wondering if we can get them earlier, like, if at all possible, Wednesday, so we can go through all of the material before the weekend. And that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Danielle? So I just wanted to say thank you for everybody who, it is really loud, made comments tonight, and I appreciate everybody's opinion, and I'm of the same stance in Miss Fortuna that we need to make sure everybody's comfortable, not just one or the other, and we can't segregate the girls for feeling uncomfortable and doing that type of thing. So hopefully we can come to some type of resolution in the meantime. And also, as a parent of a nugget who's little in kindergarten and also special ed, I want to thank Renee and Ms. Macker from special ed for all the work that they're doing to help improve the scores and, you know, finding different ways to reach our students, and all of the work that you've been doing over the last couple of years, especially since you've been here, Renee, is just amazing, and I appreciate it. So I wanted to say thank you for that. So I look forward to Jackson getting up there and being one of the proficient ones. So your stuff has been amazing, and thanks.
All set?
Yep.
Thank you. Angela?
Yes, I too would like to thank our community members for getting up and speaking tonight. While those 3 minutes goes by very brief, there's a lot that we have heard up here, and I appreciate everyone. I do want to echo what Board Member Cunningham said. I think I too would be in favor of a workshop or possibly some kind of committee that we could make. We could proceed with the committee without it being an open meeting. However, I would prefer if we did go with committee to maybe see if we could get some community members or parents on the, as well from both sides, so that we can make an effort to be sure that everyone feels safe in our district.
Thank you. All set? Sharon?
I also want to thank everyone for coming out and speaking about the issue. Everyone needs to be heard and respected, and I feel that wholeheartedly. I know how hard it is to get up there and speak. So thank you for coming out and speaking out and voicing your thoughts. Also, I wasn't at the board meeting last week when the personnel report was given, but I would like to say I want to thank Keith Bartels for his 24 years here. I met him when he started as a middle school principal. I was PTA secretary at the time, so I worked closely with him. We were K through 8 PTA then. He was also principal in the building when 2 of my kids were there. It was nothing but positive interactions, and I just wanted to wish him well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to step out of the normal line. I just want to point out the parking spots are not for board members. When I said the parking that I've been talking about for years at the baseball field for grandparents and those to park closer to the field and the handicap spots. That's a parking spot for the baseball field, not for board members. Candace and Angela and Mr. Walmsley and I did attend the candidates for Michigan State Board of Education. And I think it's the Macomb County School Board Association and the ISD do this every time that there is an election. And I always go because I find it fascinating. I love this kind of debates. And I just think everyone needs to really pay a lot of attention when you're voting for the Michigan Department of Education, Board of Education. There are 4 candidates, and maybe not all of them are public school proponents. I'll give you the quote of the one candidate, Tammy Carlone, when they were asked the question about 3rd grade retention, whether she was in favor of 3rd grade retention because of the reading, and her response was, and I quote, "Well, quite frankly, teaching reading is not rocket science." It's very insulting to anyone who is a public educator. So just keep that in mind, and like Kim says, we have those information. Oh, she said a lot more than that, yes. And going to the people talking tonight about our transgender policy, it is very difficult to come up here and talk, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, because no matter what you say, somebody finds something wrong with what you say and whatnot. But the transgender policy is not a transgender bathroom policy. It is a policy regarding transgender students, identifying them, what we do as a district when they come to us, and how the plan we work with them. It talks about their privacy. It talks about training staff, and restrooms is section F. But I just want to make it clear, it's not a bathroom policy. It is a policy about respecting all kinds of students. And as a board, and I would have to go back and look at our board meeting, but we voted on November 22nd, 2021, and 2 weeks prior, we talked about the policy. I would find it strange that at some point, Mrs. Michon didn't ask us for a motion on 5106 transgender students, and when we talked about it 2 weeks before. But at that time, I made the motion, Danielle Sutton seconded the motion, and the vote was 6-1. And when we vote, everyone has a chance, when it comes for that vote, to discuss before you vote. Only one of our board members at the time made it very clear to all of us at the table that this was a policy he could not support in any way, shape, or form. And whether you disagree with him or agree with him, he had that right to make that statement and he voted. The rest of us, with the exception of Candace and Sandy, were not on the board at the time, but we all voted in support and we did have discussion. And this was done to take care of all of our kids. And I do agree when we talk about hate and all of that, but after our last meeting, and I don't know if she left or not, but Katie McFarland, Moms for Liberty of Oakland County, put out on social media, please come show your patriotism and support parents of Richmond schools whose sons and daughters need to be protected from a gender identity policy that has been in place for bathrooms. Not factual. Richmond Community Schools voted to allow boys that identify as girls to go into the girls' bathroom at the last board meeting. Absolutely not factual. On October 10th, I want to encourage all patriots to attend their school board meeting and let them know we need to protect our daughters from this ridiculous policy. This is confirmed and you can watch the meeting here, and she had the little YouTube thing. None of that happened. Yet that's put out into the atmosphere that this is what's happening at Richmond schools. And I looked up the definition of the word patriot. And a patriot is a person who vigorously supports their country and is prepared to defend it against enemies or detractors. That's really unfortunate for me that someone wants to represent a certain side, because every side has their right to speak. Every side is right, every side is wrong, in my opinion. There's two sides to everything. So to say that we need patriots to defend against enemies or detractors, you are labeling our children in this school district as enemies or detractors. I struggle with that. This board, I have sat on the Board of Education for many years, and I have sat with people I have vehemently disagreed with. I have sat with people who I agreed with everything they said. But I always have to believe that when we sit at this table, we're doing what's best and what's right for every single student. This policy is not bad. And we have to come to terms to understand that it's not bad. It's different. The world is different. We have to accept it here in Richmond. That there are all kinds of different people that live in this community. And we have to love and accept them. And to go with what Candace is saying, we don't need a workshop, we don't need a committee. We need to put together as a board, and I believe just about all of us, I think you've had conversations with Brian. We need a forum, we need to come together and we need to educate everyone, both sides of what's happening, and talk about how we conduct things, how we get to the point of identifying transgender students, and getting to the point where we can at least understand and accept. You might not agree with it. It might not be in your mindset, but these are human beings, and we've got to recognize that. And it's not just transgender, LGBTQ. There's a racial issue in this community as well, and I charge this board to talk about that as well. Let's get people together and let's come together as a community.
hang on a minute. Shh, excuse me. There's some pretty rude people in here. I do have my comment time. First off, I do want to, everybody on here has kind of said my feelings. I'd like to reiterate the fact, first, to thank all the people who have talked. I know it's hard to stand up. I have stood up to that podium and have addressed this board. It's important that we listen to everybody and what's going on, and we need to listen to our kids. You'd be amazed at what they'll tell you, and I know that from experience from being a principal in this building for 18 years. When we voted on this policy, and Margaret's right about the policy and what she stated, those issues are not correct. There is, if you go read the policy, it says that we will work with the bathroom situation. That policy in that we passed, we started, Mr. Walmsley and I, 7 years ago, when we first had students in this building. And that policy is still in place, and it was working. Do we have some different things going on now? Absolutely. And we do need to talk, and we do need to figure this out. But that policy has been in place, and we have been doing it. And I spoke, someone questioned that they never heard it. We talked about it at that first November meeting, and I said, if we don't approve the policy, then we have to give Mr. Walmsley, our administrator, some direction, because those kids are in our buildings. And we cannot ignore them. And so I just want to let you know there is history there. We've been working on this. This is not just something I've heard people say, oh, it just started. It's not been started. It's been going on. We have been dealing with it, and we will continue to deal with it. I want you to know the board is hearing you. We have had, I have talked to almost every board member since our last meeting, one way or another about this topic. So it is not going through 1 year and out the next. We know that we have to revisit it and we have to do something about it. We are. Some of you may think we're not, but there are things that go on behind the scenes that we don't share or we don't tell you because of specific reasons. But we are aware, we are working on this. So again, I just want to thank everybody, and I have one quick statement for the board. Are we doing the trunk or treat this year? If you are, see me after the meeting. Thank you. Okay, our next item on our agenda is we have 2 action items. Get organized here. Okay, I'm looking for the approval of an REA leave of absence request.
I motion to accept the recommendation of the superintendent and approve the leave of absence requested by Jolie Wazinski, social worker, as outlined in the attached documentation. Furthermore, we will do the option 1 we choose.
Option 1 is personal and sick days.
Yes, I agree with that. Does everybody agree with that? Mrs. Wazinski shall utilize available personal leave days and then available sick days to cover her absence during the approved leaves.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I thought that we had said earlier that she could use all sick days if that's what she chose to do. Rather than, and this is worded as if she...
I was going to bring that up in discussion as well. So yeah, no, but you're
I'm sorry.
right. That's how I said it as well.
I guess I should have waited. I apologize, Angela.
Oh, no, that's okay. I think we're at that point now.
Let's wait a minute. Okay, so Angela, did you finish the motion?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I have a do I have a second?
Support.
Thank you. Okay, now do we discuss?
I apologize.
No, that's okay.
So earlier, when given the presentation, we had spoke about her being able to use just her sick time if she so chose to do so. In the way this is worded, it says that she has to use her personal time, personal time, and then her sick time.
What does the contract say? Does it say they have to use personal time before sick time?
There's nothing in it.
So,
It's just the practice we've had as a district, use personal time for sick time.
So is anybody against her using personal time and then sick time?
I'm not.
I'm okay with that. I would like her to be able to use whichever time she prefers.
I would agree. I feel like I would personally choose to use all sick days, but then it would really be her preference. I feel like it should be left up to her whether she wants to do personal then sick or all sick. I mean, she's rightfully accrued 28 sick days, you know?
I guess if there's no policy, then.
Right.
Or if it's not in their contract, if it's not specified.
Okay,
Contract.
you got a motion that's asking for her to use her personal leave days first and then her sick days. So you, right? Isn't that what you just said?
Yeah, that's what I read.
Yeah,
but if-
correct.
if they
So
don't-
that's, use the personal leave days first and then available sick days to cover her absence during the approval leave. That's what the motion was.
On the backup documentation dated September 29th, she writes, if possible, I would like to use my personal and sick days for the time off requested. It doesn't say or which one's first, but she is wrong, so I'm just throwing that out there in the backup document.
Do you want me to maybe change it?
No, just,
We can't because we have to vote
you've
on
got
that
that motion, vote on it. It's either going to pass or it's not.
Yeah. Any other discussion?
Before we vote on that though, we can make a motion, a separate motion.
No, she needs,
You need to vote on this and then we can do it. We can make a motion and not then make a second.
or she can withdraw her motion
Or
if that's
we
what she
could
chooses
withdraw
to
the
do.
motion.
Are we all in agreement? I can withdraw the motion. I withdraw the motion.
Okay, so we're going to withdraw that motion.
Withdraw. Thank you.
Okay. What is the wording on our new motion? How do we want it to read?
She shall utilize her.
Well, wait.
personal sick leave.
Oh, we need to
Make
vote.
the motion.
I'm sorry.
I thought we were going to discuss it first.
No, you got to make a motion before you can discuss it. So Sandy, you're the one that was looking for something different.
Give us a motion.
I'll give it a try. All right, so, all right, I make a motion to approve the leave of absence requested by Jolie, how do I say her last name? I'm sorry. Winzinski, social worker, so Ms. Winzinski shall utilize available sick leave or personal absence, however she deems necessary. And
During the leave, period.
yeah, during, I don't have the dates here though. Okay, during the approved period.
There we go. Okay, so all we're doing is changing the wording to
No,
and.
it's the same motion.
No, because
Yes,
this
she
one
did
said.
the exact same thing.
Support. No, wait a minute.
No.
This one says and, she put the word or.
Correct.
Okay? Are we to agree on that?
I did say more, and a discrepancy. That's what I said.
Okay, so I have a motion. Support. And I have support. Do I have discussion?
Can you just, so we're just restate it. So no, so we're saying we want to give her the leave and she can use personal or sick days at her
Discretion.
okay.
Correct. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, I'm looking for a motion to censor a board member.
So that we can discuss it like last time. I move to censure board member Sutton for violation of board policies as outlined in the attached documentation.
Do I have a second?
So if I second the motion, then we do discussion, am I able to take back my second?
No, you could,
No, but
your second's still there, but you can vote however
So
you
you can
want.
vote
Yeah.
however you
All right, I second.
What if
I just
nobody
wanna-
seconded? Would it just die?
Huh?
What if nobody seconded?
Correct.
Then
Then the motion fails.
So do I have a second vote now?
I second.
Okay, any discussion?
Okay, I just wanted to be able to discuss it just like last time, because you can't discuss it. Okay. Deb, I'm just asking you,
This is the same issue that we had a month ago.
Correct.
Okay. And at that time when we did that motion, we
Withdrew it.
yes, it was my motion, I withdrew it.
Correct.
And as a board, we went down the table and said, we can't have this kind of thing happen. Danielle admitted that she did it, all of that, because the motion at that time was to do an investigation. So a month later, we're coming back for the exact same thing.
Actually, we did not censor, all we did was discuss it, then you withdrew it. So this is actually a censor. It's just on record that we,
Even though it was on record that we all said, we can't have it, we can't have what she did, can't happen.
per the board attorney.
No, I'm not asking the board attorney, anybody else speak up if I'm the only one asking this question. If we said what she did was wrong, and we said, we went down the table, does everybody agree we don't want it to happen again, correct? Is that what we all said?
Yes.
Okay. And at no time did we have conversation about censure then?
Correct. Okay.
And so we brought this tonight because that happened. We know it happened, we know it was wrong. And your motion, your
We're
action-
formalizing it.
Formalizing.
Okay, that's what we are doing. We are formalizing it.
Okay, that was my question too. So there's no reason to, I guess, rehash your say it's on the record, like it's in the minutes,
Correct.
it's already on the record.
Correct.
You're looking for an official censure.
Correct. It just formalizes it. We did discuss it, this formalizes it.
So it states the 3 policies, but
Correct.
yeah, I'm not in agreement at all. So,
But what are you not in agreement? Do you agree that what she did, because you weren't there that night, were you?
no, I was there that night. Well, I don't agree with 2 of the policies. And I'm a little iffy on the other one. I mean, we already had the discussion. She, had a talking to. So to officially, I believe it's an all or nothing. If I don't believe in the 2, I'm not going to vote. If it's not all 3, I'm not voting.
Which is your choice.
I'm not voting yes for, it's an all or nothing thing. If I have any doubts and I don't think that she violated 2 of them, then I'm going to vote no.
I believe she did. I made the statement a month ago, but I just wish we had done the censure that night. Maybe I should have withdrawn my motion and then made the motion to censure them, because I think a month later is maybe not the time. I think we all made it clear, and my hope is that it doesn't happen again. And Danielle made the statement that she wasn't going to do that.
So to Sherry's point too, when we talked about this a month ago, we discussed the fact that, okay, yes, I called Centerline and I identified myself as a board member, but I believe we came to the conclusion that the other 2 weren't relevant and that it was only 1. So now you have in this motion with attached documentation, all 3. So as Sherry said, can you vote yes on this? No, because we didn't even discuss the other 2, and we decided the other 2 were irrelevant. So we only had
Did we
discussed the
decide that?
1.
I don't
We
think
all
we
There was
agreed.
only proof for the 1 in the end, and that was the only one that she
Right.
took accountability for.
Okay.
So then if
So-
she's not taking accountability for the other 2, did we not have to do an investigation before we did this?
Well,
No, we don't need to.
We
don't.
don't have to prove out that all 3
Well,
were violations through a third party.
If you look at the last paragraph on your motion sheet, it states how they all fall in place and how Danielle violated. If you agree or not agree, I mean, it's up to you. We can vote on it, and, you know, if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass, but that explains the whole piece of how it all fell into place. Now, I know we talked about communicating, and we talked about, you know, talking, because we talked about using the phone or meeting in person, and that did not happen.
I would have to agree that I think we talked about all three of those, and you may have said they weren't relevant, but I believe the conversation was that they were. Because the only way to talk about this is I had to make the motion, just like I did last time.
Correct.
So I'm gonna say what I said last time. I'm going to withdraw the motion because I think that a month later, I wish we had done it last time, but the fact of the matter still comes. We can't do what Danielle did before, and if we all agree in that, then we're moving forward.
Yeah. Are we in agreement?
I think we agreed on it the last time.
Yes.
I'm shocked
This
it's
is a-
on here, to be honest with you. Again,
Because it's a formal process. This is what you guys, you know what?
She has the right to do what she did.
I do.
She absolutely has the right to do what she did.
And I
It doesn't
follow the
mean that we have to
recommendation of our
agree that
auditor.
that's the process. And the only way to talk about it
Is to put it out.
I made the motion so we could have the conversation.
And we would have had this sooner, but Danielle was gone for a week, so we were not, or the last board meeting, so we weren't able to have it.
It doesn't matter because you still have a quorum.
It doesn't, but I wanted to have you present, so if you had a say, you would have an opportunity to speak. Okay, we're withdrawing it. Okay, being no further business, we will be adjourning at 11:26.